Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So what are we going to be covering on today's stream? Let's talk about it. All right, so we've got our schedule over on the Reddit. If you're not part of the Reddit, you can join it from over here. We also have a Discord, if you prefer Discord. And today is Friday, April the 10th, and we are going to cover a bunch of different topics. So topic number one, our warm-up topic is going to be some programming. We're going to be doing some challenges from Advent of Code 2015 with our favorite programming language, Python, and that's going to be the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some challenges over at AllaCyber. AllaCyber, they've got a bunch of forensics challenge over there. It's going to be a lot of, what do you call it? Packet captures and Wireshark, and that's what we're going to be doing in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool, our little program where we teach people about cybersecurity topics among, in a bunch of different what do you call them? You could call them categories? Categories. Anyways, we're doing web app basics right now, so web app security basics, and we're going to be going through some levels in the Natus CTF game, and that's where we're going to be what we're going to be doing for hour number 3. Hour number 4, we're going to be going over to EchoCTF, and we're going to be doing some Linux box challenges. We might be doing some escape room challenges, so it's basically a series of privilege escalation scenarios, and that's what we're going to be doing for the fourth topic. And for the fifth topic, we're going to be doing StandOff365. It's a platform where you can do a lot of more advanced hacking stuff, and they've got a free network over there, a bunch of interconnected machines, and we've been working on that network for quite a while now. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing for the last topic of today. So without further ado, let's get started with the first topic. I will go ahead and set up my timer. We do most of these topics for about an hour, and the last topic we do for about 2 hours, maybe a little longer than that. Anyways, we got 60 minutes for a warm-up, and we're going to be doing Advent of Code 2015, and for our next topic, we're going to be doing AllaCyber Forensics Challenges. Okay, so the challenges, you can find them over here on adventofcode.com. The event for Advent of Code is usually around Christmas, but of course you can do the challenges anytime you like, which is what we're electing to do over here. So this is day number 7, some assembly required. So we can read all about what we're supposed to be doing in this programming challenge, and it says, this year, Santa brought Little Bobby tables, a set of wires, and bitwise logic gates. Unfortunately, little Bobby is a little under the recommended age range, and he needs help assembling the circuit. Okay, each wire has an identifier, some lowercase letters, and can carry a 16-bit signal, a number from 0 to 65,535. A signal is provided to each wire by a gate, another wire, or some specific value. Each wire can only get a signal from one source, but can provide its signal to multiple destinations. Each wire can get a signal from one source, but can provide its signal to multiple destinations. A gate provides no signal until all of its inputs have a signal. A gate provides no signal until all of its inputs have a signal. Okay? The included instructions booklet describes how to connect the parts together. So X and Y to Z means to connect wires X and Y to an AND gate and then connect its output to wire Z. Okay, for example, we've got 1, 2, 3 to X means that signal 1, 2, 3 is provided to the wire X. X and Y to Z means that the bitwise AND of wire X and wire Y is provided to wire Z. P L shift 2 to Q means that the value from wire P is left shifted by 2 and then provided to right to the wire Q. Not E to F means that the bitwise complement of the value from wire E is provided to the wire F. Okay, other possible gates include OR, bitwise OR, and R shift, right shift. If for some reason you'd like to emulate the circuit instead, almost all programming languages, for example C, JavaScript, or Python, provide operators for these gates. Okay, for example, here is a sample circuit. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3 to X, 4, 5, 6 to Y, X and Y to D, X or Y to E, X left shift 2 to F, Y R shift 2 to G, not X to H, and not Y to I. Okay, SysOS says notes a wire has one input and n outputs. A gate requires all of the inputs to have value, and we have some logic operations for these gates. So let's see. So after it's run, these are the signals on the wires. So that's we've got D, E, F, G, H, I, X, and Z. Oh, sorry, Y. So in Little Bobby's Kit instructions booklet, provided as your puzzle input, what signal is ultimately provided to wire A? Wire A. So this is the thing that we need to get at the very end of the program. So to begin, get your puzzle input. So we've got puzzle input over here, and I've taken the liberty of copying it over to a file over here called input.txt. So I'm just going to go into input.txt right now, and I'm just going to see what exactly is going on in the program. So there's a lot of instructions here. Strangely enough, I don't see any numbers. I don't see any numbers. The only things I see are letters. The only thing I see are letters. So, I mean, are we supposed to interpret these letters as numbers? Because otherwise, I'm not too sure how to go about doing this program. Oh, we do have some numbers. So we do have some numbers here. There's the number 0. Okay. We have some numbers here, but mostly we have a bunch of letters and numbers. So is that 1 or I? So this one here, this one here should be a number 1. And you know, strangely enough, I don't see very many numbers. But I mean, maybe that's on purpose. Okay, so I guess we have a bunch of different wires here. So I guess what we need to do is we need to keep track of all of these variable names instead of like a dictionary. We do have numbers, but they're not, I can't spot very many of them. So I can see the number 1 here, and then the number 1 here and here and here, and the number 1 here and here, and aside from the number 1, I don't see very many other numbers. I think I saw one. Yeah, so we saw this number over here. So this gets 0 gets assigned to C, this number gets assigned to B, and then the other wires seem to be dependent on other wires. So I guess what we need to do is we need to create a big dictionary first. So we'll create a big dictionary, and as we run through the instructions, we'll define these variables. So AH and AF, or DT or CT, and we'll just put them inside of dictionaries. What is the purpose of this course? This course? Jackson America, hello, nice to see you here. And Mohammed, nice to see you here as well. What is the purpose of this course? I mean, we're doing a warm-up right now, so we're just trying to figure out how to do some Python programming to get this particular programming challenge done. And we're just trying to figure out what kind of, how to solve the problem. So let's think about this. So the first thing we want to do is we probably want to create a dictionary to hold all the variable names. So the dictionary is going to be called wires dictionary, and that's going to be a empty dictionary. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep on adding to the dictionary, and the keys are all going to be these variable names here. So for example, AZ or CU, and we're going to assign values to them. Okay, make a dictionary of wires and gates, and also make a dictionary for all the connections. So we need, so SysOS, you recommend that we make multiple dictionaries? Okay, from which university did you graduate? Was it MIT? No, I didn't graduate from MIT. I didn't go to university in America. I don't live in America. I did go to university in Canada, but I didn't go to university for computer science or anything. I went to university for visual arts, so it's not exactly tech related. So create a dictionary to hold all the variable names. SysOS says that we should probably make a dictionary of the wires and gates, and also make a dictionary for all the connections. Make a dictionary for all the connections. I mean, yeah, I guess we should make so connections is going to be another connection dictionary, and that'll be another empty dictionary. And I don't think we necessarily need to do a dictionary for the operations, because the operations are going to be contained within the wire, within the connection dictionary. So the connection dictionary is going to contain these lines over here, and then the wire dictionary is going to contain the names of the individual wires, or the variable names. Okay, I think separated one makes it easier to grapple the problem. Keep going, friend. Thank you very much, Jackson America. Okay, so at the very end of the program, we need to get the value of the A variable. So the wire dictionary is over here. I mean, the thing is that we could run through all of the instructions line by line, and then try to keep track of all of the wire names. So the wire names are going to be, if we just grab all of the wire names, that would be each line except for the arrows, and except for numbers, and except for the names of the bitwise operations. So the bitwise operations are stuff like rshift, not, or. I guess we can create a little list of those as well. So create a dictionary to hold all the variable names, and another dictionary for the connections. Okay, and the other thing we need to do is we need to define the names of the bitwise operations. I'm new to all this stuff. Oh, the CTF stuff. Yeah. I mean, we've got a lot of education resources if you want to take a look over here. And while we solve this, we might as well put on a little bit of music. So let's go ahead and do that. How about some StarCraft for everybody? Okay, let me check out how loud that music is. It's a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Okay, hopefully that's not too loud for everybody. So, okay, so another thing we need to define up here is a list of all the bitwise operations. So the list of bitwise operations is, we'll just call it bit list. And so these are just going to be a bunch of strings. How many strings, I'm not exactly sure, but let's fill them up. So we've got and, we've got not. Made it in the first hour, sound check. Hey, nice to see you here, Nightcry. Hope you're having a good Friday. TGIF, everybody. So not, or, We've got R shift and L shift. And what else do we have for... So and, or, and not or. Is there XOR in here? I'm just going to check really quick to see if there's XOR. Because XOR is another bitwise operation. I guess there's no bitwise XOR. Oh, you know what I can do? I can just grep for it. So we can cat it out, and then grep for grep insensitive for XOR. So there's no XOR in here. There is AND, of course. There's not. There's R shift. There's L shift. And I think that's it. I think that's all of the different bitwise operators. So this is the bitwise operators list over here. And okay. So a list of all the bitwise operators, and we're going to create a list of... Well, I guess this is where we do a dictionary for the wires. So the wires are these letters over here, so DV, EP, etc. So how do we do that? I guess we can go through... We can go through and we can populate the wires dictionary. So that's going to be populate the wires dictionary. So I guess that would be, we've got our formatted list. So the formatted list is basically all of these instructions over here. And what we need to do is we need to, for each one of these lines, we need to separate them by space. So we'll take a look at each one of these items in here, and we'll determine if it's either a bitwise operation in integer or this thing over here, this arrow. And if it's not any of these things, then we can assign it to the dictionary. So that would be something like for I in format list. So for I in format list, these are going to be the strings. It's going to be I.split. So I.split is going to split the line into a list. Or I guess line list. We'll just call it line list. So line list is going to be I.split, and by default split is going to split it up by the spaces. So we're going to do a check. So I guess the check in this case is going to be for I, well, we're using I already right now. So for J in line list, I guess we can, for J in line list, we do something else. We do if, thank you very much for following on Twitch, DeathDoc, thank you. Thank you very much. So if J not in, what was the name of that thing we created up there? The bit list. If J not in bit lists and how do we do, so we can check to see if it's this arrow thing over here and not equal to this string, and if it's not in the bit list, and it's not equal to the arrow, and it's not equal to a number. So how do we do not equal to a number? Because this is a string. Okay, so let's do a little bit of quick Googling. So Python check if string number is not in integer. Okay, to check if a string represents a number that is not an integer in Python, you must handle several formats including floats. So I mean, we only care about integers in our case. So you can match check if it matches a regex of 0 to 9. Okay, so world and monitor. I'm gonna have to ban you. Okay, do a try except block. The most robust and Pythonic method is to attempt converting the string into a float first and checking if the value is an integer. Built-in strings methods. Python provides string methods, but they have significant limitations over what? Regarding signs and decimals. So s.isDigit returns true only for positive whole numbers, 0 to 9. It returns false for negative signs and decimal points. Okay, isDigit. I've never tried isDigit before, but we can play around with it a little bit. So let's so first of all, let's save this out, and let's just play around with the in the Python interpreter for a second. Okay, so string number equals the string of 12, and then we'll do Austin, Illinois. If Star Wars was real, would you pick C-3PO or R2-D2 as a droid? Probably C-3PO, because at least C-3PO can be easily understood, because C-3PO speaks human languages. Okay, so we do string num is digit. So this returns true. So this returns true. I think this should be good enough. This should be good enough for our purposes. So we'll use this to check if it's a digit or not. So dot is digit. Okay. So for I in format list, line list equals I dot split. For j in line list, if j not in bit list and is not equal to the arrow and not j.isDigit, then do something. Okay, Cypher says C-3PO C-3PO is not great, but everybody understands R2-D2 for some reason. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, R2-D2 is the more popular droid, of course. Okay, if j not in bit list and is not equal to the arrow and not a digit, then we do... What was the name of the dictionary? Wire's Dictionary. So Wire Dictionary... wire dictionary J. Wire dictionary J equals I guess we can just set everything to 0 first, because I'm pretty sure that the values of these variables are supposed to all be integers. So we'll just set everything to 0 initially. So this should be able to populate our wires dictionary, and then at the bottom here we'll just print off the dictionary to make sure that it went through okay. Okay, and then we can run the program. Unexpected indentation on line 39. Where is it? Okay, so this was indented the wrong way. Try it again. Invalid syntax. So it doesn't like this. So not equal. So is this if j not in bit list and not equal to this and not what are you comparing with that? Okay, so we're comparing j with this right here. What are you trying to do? So we're trying to complete the exercise from day number 7 over at Advent of Code 2015. So we've got our lines of instructions over here, and we're trying to populate the variables. So the variables in each one of these lines are going to be stuff like JJ and JK. So we're just trying to figure out how to do it in a big for loop. So if j not in bit lists, so bit lists we defined up here as all of our bitwise operations, and not or R shift and L shift, and is not the string, this arrow over here, and not is a digit, then we populate the wire dictionary over here. Python does not know that, does it? Does not know which one? Oh, right. And I guess we need to do it for each one. And j not equal to the string, and not j is digit. Okay. It doesn't like this, so name wire dictionary is not defined. Oh, it's okay. Should be wires dictionary. Actually, let's just remove the S on all of these, including the thing up here. Okay, and then we'll try it again. Okay, so this seems to work. We seem to have populated all of our... Dang, there's a lot of these. There is a lot of these. Alright. But it seems to work. That's great. So the next thing we need to do is... we need to create the command input list. So the command input list is all of the stuff inside of input.txt. Okay, so populate the wires dictionary. We did that. And then the next thing we'll do is we need to define some functions, because we've got all of our So the bitwise dictionary over here, the instructions are going to be either and, not, or, R shift and L shift. And we need to... I guess we can do that. We can do this inside of a function definition. So the function definition we're going to do over here. Define the bitwise operation selection. Okay, so we're gonna call this this function choose bitwise, and it takes in a, I guess, a word. If word equals and, then something. Else if word equals... Oh, I need to put these between some quotes, of course. If word equals not, then something else. Else if word equals or, then something else. Else if word equals R shift, something else. Else do the left shift thing. Okay, so let's I guess what we need to do is we're going to assign the operator. So the operator is going to start as null. Hello, Wild Radio. Nice to see you here. I guess because the operator is supposed to be some sort of operation symbol, we need to define it as null as first, because it's not going to be a string. It's not going to be like an integer. So if word equals and, then the operator is going to be it's ampersand, right? So then operator equals ampersand. If word is not, then operator is going to equal not. Let me look up what the operators for bitwise operations are in Python. Just a quick check. Python bitwise operator list. Okay, so we got bitwise and, bitwise or, bitwise XOR, bitwise not. So the not is represented by the tilde, and we've got left shift and right shift. Okay, that seems straightforward enough. So operator equals null. If it's and, then the operator is and. If it's not, then the operator is the tilde thing. If it's or, then operator equals the pipe. Pipe is or. Else, if the word is R shift, the operator is the which direction is it? So right shift is pointing to the right. Okay, that makes sense. Study bloggers, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Made it just in time. Well, we're just doing an exercise over here from Advent of Code. If you want to do this at the same time as us, you are welcome to do it. Okay, else operator is equal to left shift. Okay? And at the very end of this, we have to return the operator. Okay, define the bitwise operation selection, so that's this function over here. So what do we need to do next in this program? I guess we need to do something special for the R shift and the left shift. The left shift and the right shift are all going to have an additional parameter equal to the number here. So what do you think about Claude Mythos? Just want to know your opinion about it. I don't have an opinion on Claude Mythos. All I know about Claude Mythos is that it's a different version of the Claude AI LLM model. I don't really keep track too much of AI news. Sorry if that's not the answer you're looking for, Chazarand. Okay. So the wire dictionary, we populated that, and the connection dictionary is... The connection dictionary is going to be the instructions. The connection dictionary is in the instructions over here. So it would be Y and then this, and then this. I guess the connection dictionary would have like a bitwise, what do you call it, equation. So how do we go about we got R shift. R shift is kind of stuff like and or and not is pretty easy to implement as far as writing those equations are concerned. But it's left shift and right shift that get kind of messy. So define the bitwise operation selection. I guess what we can do here in the program, we can do create the, or I guess populate the connection dictionary. Connection dictionary. So we would do for I in format list. Again, we're just going through. So for I in format list, we would do line list again. Line list equals I dot split. And then I guess what we should do is we should figure out where the instructions are going to be for these where the actual bitwise operator is going to be for each one of these instructions. So line.split, I guess before we do line.split, we need to check what operation it is. So bit op is going to be equal to an empty string. And we need to look for the specific strings. The specific strings inside of the line. So if so we check them one at a time, and not or right shift left shift. and not or R shift, and then else it's going to be left shift. So we're checking if and in I, else if not in I, else if or in I. Jason IT Solution, what is up? What is up? Welcome to the stream. Else if R shift in I, else we assign bit op equals L shift. Bit op equals R shift. Bit op equals or. Bit op equals not. Bit op equals and. Okay. So for I in format list, we have to we need to define what the bitwise operation is. And what are we trying to figure out? We're trying to populate the connection dictionary. And then after we've done all of this, then we can split up I. So the line list is going to be I.split. Nightcry. Oh, we're still talking about LLM stuff. Okay. So populate the connection dictionary. First figure out what the bitwise operation is, so we do that over here. And then we split up the line. Oh, you know what? Populate the connection dictionary. So the bitwise operation. What are we doing here? Okay, looking at it on this side and working on my drone ID emulator. Drone ID emulator, what does that do? So for I in format list, define the bitwise operation here. So we assign the bitwise operation, and then we split up the line. Split up the line into a list. And then create, from this, we should be able to we need to create the bitwise equation according to which operation it is. So we'll start with and first, I guess. So if bit op equals and, then do something. If bitwise operator equals not, then do something else. Or I guess elif. So there's and, not, or, and then right shift, left shift. Okay, we'll tell Okay, talk about the drone ID and event, looking at how this interpreter that you're doing works. I mean, this isn't... this is going to be a very hacky looking program, but I guess that makes sense because we're hackers, but... Okay, so this is going to be our shift. So else, we have to assume else then that the thing is going to be, the bitwise operator is going to be the left shift. So if it's and, then we need to create the first operand and the second operand. The first operand and the second operand, and then the assignment. So the first operand is, I guess, op1 is going to be the first thing. So the zero op. So the element 0. So it's going to be line list element 0, and then operand 2 is going to be line list element 2, which is the third thing. So 0, 1, 2 over here. Long time, man. 2 months straight. 2 months straight? What are we talking about? Oh, how long you've been watching? So operand 1 is line list element 0. Operand 2 is line list element 2, and the operator equals the bit op. So bit op was defined over here. And Hex Psycho has rated with 9 viewers. Hello, Hex Psycho viewers. Nice to see you here. And let's give Hex Psycho a shout out. Shout out, Hex Psycho. There you go. What were you getting up to on your stream, Hex Psycho? My name is The Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity content over here on Twitch and on YouTube. And let's give everybody a fun Hack the Planet redeem.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Else, left shift. Yeah.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So we've got, we need to build out separate equations for each one of these because the format's going to be different. So we need to define our stuff over here, and then we need to populate the dictionary. Okay, we've done Baby from Hack the Box and started Anomaly from Hack Smarter. Oh, awesome! You guys were doing Hack the Box content. Yeah. So everybody, I mean, Hack the Box is a really cool platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff. And Hack Smarter is another platform we like to use. This one over here. But what are we working on right now? We're currently working on day 7. This is a programming challenge. And we're trying to set up a bunch of bitwise operations. Okay, split the line into a list. So if the bitwise operator is AND, the operand 1 is this thing, operand 2 is this thing. The actual operator we defined up there. And then we got to do what? And the assignment, or I guess the result is going to go into element -1. It's because we're splitting everything up by list element. So it's line list element -1. Oh, thank you very much for subscribing. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Anek? I don't read Cyrillic, but hello, and nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, you could use the same match for both equations. I mean, it works for and or, so I could probably reuse the code for and or, but for bit shift 1 and not and left shift, or R shift and L shift are gonna have to be different, and not is going to be different as well. So I need to build out how to create the equations here. So we need to do what are we doing? We're defining the connection dictionary. I mean, do we need to put this in a dictionary? Or would it be better if we put this into a list? It might be better to do this as a list. So lists can have lists are ordered, and if we're just going in order, that should be okay. So the connection, maybe we don't need to have this as a dictionary. Maybe this would be better as a list. So of course, because it's a list, we need to define this as an empty list up here. Okay, so populate the connection list. Okay, we need to do connection list dot append and it's going to be the equation. I guess we should probably define the actual equation before we append it, because it can get a little bit tricky otherwise. So the result, so the equation equals OP1 operator OP2 result, and we're going to append the equation. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it for and or should be basically the same thing. So we just need to copy. Ooh, copying the code is a bit tricky. Hold on, let me copy it from another window. So let me save it out. Okay, so we can put the same stuff in here. So we need to do a couple more. We need to do the one for not, the one for R shift, and the one for L shift. So just I mean, we can't test it yet. We can't test it yet. We need to complete all of these first, and then populate the list, and then take a look at what is actually in the list afterwards. So not. So in the case of not, then the operand is going to be. What hour is it in your country? Hack Twitty, hello, nice to see you here. It's currently 2:54 in my country. Wow, we're running out of time. We only have about 8 minutes left. I guess we're gonna have to do this as a two-parter or something, or I'm gonna have to solve this offline. Okay, so what does it look like for not? So not, the operand is going to be the second element. So it's going to be line lists element 1, and the operator is going to be the bit op. The operator is going to be the bit op, and the result is going to be line list element -1 again. And this is what it's going to be for not. So the equation in this case is going to be bit op, or the operator rather, operator operand, and then result. Operator operand result. Huh. Now that I think about it, this is going to have to be an assignment. This is gonna have to be an assignment though. But how do we do it? How do we do it inside of a list? Let's think about this. So the equation is going to be operand 1, operator, operand 2, with open input txt as. Yeah, I'm not too sure, because we want to assign this to. We want to do what is it called? Variable assignment afterwards. You know what? I'll figure that out afterwards. The first thing I want to do is I just want to create these equations. Okay, so operator operand result. So we got the OR over here, that's the same. We got right shift and left shift. So so for each one of these right shifts and left shifts, we need an operand. It's going to be line list element 0. And then our bitwise operator. So that's the bit op. And the shift number is going to be element, so 0, 1, 2. So that's going to be element 2 in line list. And then the assignment is going to be the result. It's going to be element -1. Okay, and then otherwise it's going to be left shift. Okay, the left shift is, so the R shift is this. Oh, you know what I forgot to do here? I forgot to create the equation. So it's going to be operand, and then I need to spell the word equation correctly. Okay, the operand, and then the operator, and then the shift number, and then the result. So we would do connection list dot append the equation. And I guess we can also add that to some of these other ones. So I think we've got it set up for everything except for left shift right now. So we just need to grab the thing for right shift and we can copy it over to left shift. Okay, so this was a big old for loop. And I guess we need to print out the list afterwards. Print con list. Okay. So we'll run the Python script and see what happens. Invalid syntax. Operator equals ampersand. Operator equals ampersand invalid syntax. So this is line 22. So I guess it doesn't like this. So I guess... I guess we can't assign operators like this. How can we handle it? So if we want to assign the operator, it doesn't like us assigning a variable as an operator. Let's just ask the our good old friend the AI. Maybe it has a good answer for us. Perplexity. How can we save an operator as a variable in Python? Okay, you can't directly assign an operator symbol like ampersand to a variable. You can store the corresponding function from Python's built-in operator module, and the ampersand symbol is the bitwise AND operator, which corresponds to the function operator and something like that. Okay, you need to import a module to do this. Save the bitwise AND operator as a variable. Operation equals operator dot AND underscore. Use it like a function, so result equals OP equivalent to 5 and 3. The result of this would be output 1. Okay, other common operators from the operator module. So we got operator AND, operator sub, operator mult, operator true division, operator AND, operator OR, operator XOR. This approach is a standard safe way to work with operators as variables in Python. So, I'm going to have to come back to this because we've run out of time. Okay. So I'm just gonna save this out, even though the script as working it doesn't, well, the script as we have it right now, it doesn't work. I'm gonna have to come back to this after the stream is over, or if we've got some spare time later. Okay, so let's move on to topic number 2. And topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. Alright, so there's one thing I have to do before I start topic number 2. Let's give ourselves 60 minutes. So we got 60 minutes on the clock, and what we're going to do first, before we do our challenges from AllaCyber in the forensics category, and you know what, before I do my demonstration that I didn't do last time, let me go ahead and let everybody know about what challenges we're going to do. Should be over here. So the platform we're going to be using for the next bit is going to be AllaCyber, training.allacyber.it. The website is over here. You can make an account over there, and it's a very good website for beginners cybersecurity stuff, because they've got a very good introduction series of challenges over here. The only problem is that the website is in Italian. I mean, if you speak Italian, that's great, but to get around this, people who don't speak Italian would have to go and translate the website. So most modern web browsers have a translation feature. You can access it from over here. Click on Translate Page. So we're going to translate from Italian to English, and then click on Translate. So this gets you access to, well, I mean, more resources in non-English languages, which is nice. So before we do our network security challenges, so network security is what they call digital forensics, specifically packet capture stuff. We're going to be doing a demonstration of the web security challenges, because there was one web security challenge I wasn't able to do last time. Last time we did demonstrations. So this would be HTTP receive a cookie, and I'm hoping that we can navigate to the website this time, and it actually gives us a response. There's the possibility that it still doesn't work, and in this case would be really sad. Does this not resolve? Dang. Everybody tell me if you can get a result from this website here. Let's see if I can do this in a private window. So private window, paste this in. Still doesn't resolve anything for me. I wonder what's wrong with my browser. We tried doing this in Firefox, we tried doing it in other browsers. I could probably get it to 404 page not found. Really? Huh, that's weird. Lexter Live, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let me see if I can do it inside of my off-screen browser. Yeah, it seems... Okay, I get a 204 no content. Use Chrome. Jason IT Solution, were you able to get the page to resolve inside of your web browser? Because other people are having not resolved. So, Debred says 204 no content. Yeah, it's not resolving for me in... Part 1 worked on day 7. Oh, yeah. You got it to work, Nightcry? But no, I can't get it to work in my off-screen browser. Oh no, I got it to resolve in Chrome. Yeah, it worked in Chrome. Okay, try training Alla Cyber. Try training Alla Cyber. No, I mean these links should all be the same. These are specific to the challenges. Let's navigate specifically to HTTP. Yeah, it still doesn't want to do it. I get a weird certificate error. Try Tor? That's okay. I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to come back to this some other time, or I might have to record it like off stream. That's okay. We'll keep on doing the challenges. SysOS says use curl. I mean, we were able to get it to work using curl. It's just that I was trying to. Last time we were doing this, I was trying to demonstrate it using the web browser. But yeah, maybe I'm gonna have to do this off stream. Anyways, let's go ahead and start into what we're supposed to be doing, which is network security stuff. So what I really like about Alla Cyber is that they've got some really nice introduction challenges that do a lot of educating. So in this case, we can do Network 2 details. Network 2 details. Let's take a look at this, the challenge here. All right. So in this challenge, so Network 2 details, in this challenge you're asked to analyze in more detail some packages. In particular, the flag is in the following format. So flag source MAC address, data bytes length. Okay, the information needed for the flag is taken from the frame number 4, the first one containing the session data TCP. Alright, so everybody, if you want to try doing this, I'm pretty sure this PCAP information, it looks like you're going to have to do it from your own accounts. Browsers interpret the 204 as nothing to display, so it's an error, hence that's why curl works. I was able to get it to display in Chrome, but I wasn't able to get it to display in Firefox. So I might have to install Chrome to demonstrate it on the web browser. But I can't manipulate the request using the Chrome browser, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it somehow. Anyways, okay, so this challenge here, so network 2 details. So in this package, you're asked to analyze in more detail some packages, right? So let's download the packet capture, and then let's open it up using Wireshark. So I guess we'll use our research tab for this, and we'll move the packet capture over here. What was the name of the packet capture? It's called NW something. Okay. So it's in my downloads directory. NW, yep, okay, we'll move it here. And I guess what we should do is we should probably put this in its own directory. So let's create a directory called AlloCyber, and then we'll move it into there. Okay, and then it should be in here. Great. Okay, so we can open this up using Wireshark. Ooh, spell the word Wireshark correctly. Okay. So we got Wireshark here, and what do they want us to do? So if so the information needed for the flags is taken from frame number 4. So we're not searching around, they tell us exactly what we're supposed to be looking at. We're supposed to be looking at frame number 4. So inside of here, I think I can make this bigger for everybody. Yeah, that's the right stuff. Okay. So frame number 4 is this one over here. So we got number. And what are we looking for? Hey Froggo! Hello Duck, nice to see you here. Don't expose my IP address. These are not my IP addresses. This is from a, what is it called? From a packet dump. Sorry, not a packet dump, a packet capture. So we got our source, we got our destination. What are they looking for? Okay, source MAC address and then data bytes length. So the data bytes length we can find pretty easily. So the bytes length is 129. So we can see it over here. We're looking at specifically frame number 4. So I mean, we could probably start forming it over here. Okay, so 124 is the length. And they're looking for the MAC address. Okay, which one is this? Several network security ones. Yeah, so the exact challenge we're looking at is right here. And then we need to look at the source MAC address. So the source MAC address, we should be able to find it in here somewhere. Wow, Headhunter, Headless Headhunter, has just rated the channel with 4 viewers. Welcome in, writers. And let's give Headless Headhunter a shout out. Shout out Headless Headhunter. There you go. Alright, so Headless Headhunter, what were you doing on stream? Welcome in, writers. My name is The Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity stuff here on Twitch and on YouTube. And yeah, so we're currently doing a packet capture challenge from allocyber.it. It's an Italian cybersecurity education website. I do resume reviews and teach people how to get a job. Awesome, awesome, Headless Headhunter. Hope you're, yeah, hope you had a good stream. And if you need to raid and rest, that is fine too. Okay, so we need to get the source MAC address. So the source is... It should be located in here. So Ethernet here, right? So source, destination, this, source is this. And I'm pretty sure this is the MAC address right here. So it's 20, it starts with 26. Okay, so can I copy this? Copy all visible items, or the description, the field name, or the value. I think we're looking for the value in this case. Spoof my MAC address? No, we're not spoofing MAC addresses right now. So this should be the MAC address. So the MAC ID is this, and the format of the flag we're looking for is flag source MAC address slash data bytes length. So I can just copy this as a reference, and we can put the flag together. So it's going to be data bytes length is 124, and the source MAC address is this thing. Okay, and let's see if this is the correct flag. Length was 129, not 124. Was it 129? Hold on. Length 120. Oh, you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Ingo. Thank you very much for letting me know. 129 bytes, not 124. Thanks, everybody. I wrote it down incorrectly. So, everybody, if you make a typo, you can't... there's only one packet that stands out. That's correct. That's... that was unexpected. Let me put on some new music, and then we can continue. Yep, that's a typo. So everybody on Twitch should have access to the typo emote. So it's the shy 31 capital T typo, like this. So if you notice me making a typo, you can spam that emote. Thank you. Okay, so we just need to correct this. 129, and we'll submit this as the flag. Hey, thanks, guys. Okay, flag, pasted in, submit. And wrong flag. So what did we get wrong? Hold on. So that was the wrong flag. Source MAC address slash data bytes length. Okay, so let's check it again. Source MAC address slash data bytes length. So the data bytes length should be 129, and we need to put in this slash, right? The MAC address should be this, but I need to double check it. So here. So this is Ethernet 2, source is this number. So it's 260E. I mean, this is the thing, right? Okay, this is not correct. Yeah, it seems it's not correct, but we need to figure out why. So this should be the MAC address. We're not talking about IP addresses. We're talking about MAC addresses. So source MAC address slash data bytes length. So unless this number is wrong, hold on. Is there somewhere else we can look at the length? Oh, data. So data here, it says 63 bytes. Data bytes, not package size. Yeah, okay. So down at the bottom here, it says data 63 bytes. Okay, well, I guess we can change our answer and then resubmit. So change this to 63, and then we'll submit the flag again. Okay, submit. And now it's a valid flag. Okay, so that worked. Great. So we solved that challenge, and we're going to move on to the next one. So that was network number 2. We can move on to network number 3. So filters 1, and I guess for these challenges we can also do little write-ups because we want to document everything that we do. So network 2 details. Let's copy this, and I'm going to do a little write-up over on my GitHub. Okay. So add file, create new file. Okay, we need to have the full flag. Oh yeah, right, we got the flag, so we can give this this emote right here. So the shy 31 flag. Yeah, and I think people on YouTube should be able to use this as well. Yeah, Christian Rink. Christian Rink, you can use the emote. That's great. Okay, so here, I just need to make sure to omit all the spaces, because GitHub does not like spaces in its file names. And so for our little write-up here, we can go ahead and list off the URL of the challenge, the concept, and the method of solve. So here the concept is, sorry, the URL is just a second, everybody. I need to get rid of some of these tabs I'm not using. The URL is over here. Network 2 details. Is that the one I'm editing right now? Yeah, okay, that's great. Okay, and the concept of the challenge is just going to be looking at packet details. Okay, so the method of solve in this case is download the pgap file and open in Wireshark, and then look at packet number 4. It'd be a good resource for ideas on a CTF for everybody. Yeah. I mean, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to solve some CTF challenges. So look at packet number 4, and I guess the first part of the flag is going to be the quote-unquote source MAC address. We can find this in the which one is it? So this is the second tab. So the second tab is this should be layer 1, I think. Oh gosh, what is it called again? It's called what is the name of the system? Why packet number 4? Packet number 4 was the packet that was specified in the challenge. So it's in the challenge description. So is it called TCP/IP layers, or what is it called? OSI. Yeah, it's OSI. I keep on forgetting all of these acronyms. So OSI layer 1 corresponds with the first tab here, and OSI layer 2 is the second tab. OSI layer 3 is the third tab, 4, 5, etc., etc. Why? I mean, it's not necessarily going to go. Not every packet is going to have every layer, but the first 3 layers are pretty much guaranteed. So this is layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. So we're looking at layer 2, and in layer 2 we've got the destination. So look at the second tab down. the packet details, and in the packet details pane, it starts with Ethernet to something something. We're looking for source. The value of source is our first part of the answer. Is the first part of the answer. Layer 1 would be the lowest. Oh! Wait. Layer 1 is the lowest, and layer 1 is the physical layer, right? OSI layers. The physical layer. So physical layer, then data link layer, and then network layer, transport layer, session layer. So this should be layer 1. Layer 1, layer 2, and then layer 3. Physical is layer 1. So this is the raw data. Well, I mean, this is the yeah. I mean, this is layer 1, right? So this is layer 1 and this is layer 2? Or am I mistaken? Count from the bottom upwards. The bottom upwards. So, I mean, when we're dealing with HTTP packets, usually the HTTP information is at the bottom, and the HTTP information is like a higher layer, isn't it? I mean, we can't really tell here because everything here is TCP. Maybe I am mistaken. Let me look something up really quick. Okay, so Wireshark packet details pane OSI layers. Look at what bytes highlight when you select the layer. So okay. So Wireshark packet details displays a hierarchical expandable tree of captured packets protocols organized from the physical to application layer. So let's see, OSI layers in the packet details pane, so that it's identified as frame. So frame is layer 1. Let's locate that. So frame, this should be layer 1. Frame is layer 1, which is the physical layer, and then the data link layer is layer 2. It's listed as Ethernet 2. Network layer is layer 3, usually Internet Protocol version 4. Yeah, so it looks like it does start here. So this is layer 1, and this is layer 2, this is layer 3, and then some other stuff. So not every packet is going to have every layer, but we do start from layer 1. It does look like we start at layer 1 at the top, and then layer 2, and then layer 3. I just wanted to double check to make sure I'm not going crazy here. Okay, so the first part of the flag is in the source MAC address. We can find this in the second tab in the packet details pane, Ethernet 2. The value of source is the first part of the answer, the MAC address. And the second part of the flag is the length of the data, which we can find okay. You can tweak the order of the pane so that so best not to depend on the order. Yeah, I just want to have like a rough idea of how the packet details pane is organized. So the second part of the flag is the length of the data, and we can find this in the last tab in the packet details pane. And what is that called? Data. Okay, and we need to put this together. We put this together in the following format. And that's going to be what they provide to us in the challenge over here. So flag source MAC address slash data lengths, byte lengths. So I was just talking with a bunch of people at our local cybersecurity meetup. Well, that happened yesterday in Vancouver, where the lovely city close to where I live. And I was talking about how you need to do a lot of good, what is it called, documentation for the CTF exercises you do. Because if you don't do documentation, then you can't reproduce how to finish the challenge, which is what we want to do. Write-ups, yeah, write-ups. Documentation write-ups. Okay, let's do the second challenge. So challenge 2 is done. We're doing challenge number 3. So before we do challenge number 3, we're gonna set up the write-up. We're just gonna get it started. And this one's gonna be called, well, here's the link for everybody who wants to do it. This one's called Network 3 Filters 1. Okay, and make sure to remove all of our spaces, because GitHub doesn't like spaces. Okay, so the URL, the challenge, the concept, and the method to solve. So I'm pretty sure the concept here is using Wireshark packet filters. The URL of the challenge is over here. Let me just copy that. And let's go ahead and solve the challenge now. So this is the first in the series of challenges that will address the use of expressions to filter files. Filter files, PCAP and PCAP-NG, in order to get to a small and interesting set of packages. To get the first flag of the first flag of this challenge, simply filter the packages according to the protocol. In particular, by filtering only the packets that use the protocol HTTP, you will find the flag in a personalized header of the request. Personalized header of the request. Okay. So, I mean, we're finished with this packet capture from the last challenge. Let's download the next packet capture, and then we'll copy it into our current directory. So it's NW something something. Okay. We're doing this from our research tab, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we've got our new packet capture in here now. So we can open it up with Wireshark. So I'm not really too sure what the difference is between PCAP-NG and PCAP. PCAP is the original format, the original file format, and NG, I suppose, has a bunch of other new features. That's what I'm assuming. But they're both considered packet capture files. Okay, so we got our packet capture stuff here. And we're trying to pay attention to the protocol. So the protocol, we're only supposed to get the HTTP packets. So it says filter only the packets that use the protocol HTTP. So I guess we can do that in here, up at the top. So there's a display filter at the top of Wireshark. And I guess we can just type in the word HTTP. So HTTP, click on it, and then hit enter. And there are only two packets. SysOS Master says, fun fact, NG stands for Next Generation. PCAP NG was made the default capture format in Wireshark version 1.8 back in 2012. That was 13 years ago. I mean, that's probably a good factoid for Hacker Jeopardy, if you ever did Hacker Jeopardy before. Hacker Jeopardy is kind of, well, it's not... It's kind of a fun thing that we do over at our events over here. Every once in a while, maybe a couple times a year, we'll hold a Hacker Jeopardy event, and we form teams, we answer questions about hacking stuff and technology, and the winner usually gets a book, a hacking-related book. Anyways, so we got 2 packets. Both of them are HTTP, and we've managed to filter them. So I guess what we need to do is we need to locate the flag, which is personalized header of the request. So we're looking at the headers. Good voice. Thank you very much, aka Maven. Hello. The new format supports multi-interface, metadata, comments, etc. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Personalized header. So we need to go into Hypertext Protocol. So yeah, it does seem like the format of the packets details is going to be the lowest level of the OSI layer on top, and then the higher levels at the bottom. So we're looking at Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and there's a custom header in here. So the custom header is flag string, and I guess that's the answer for the challenge. Okay. Do you have playlists? Yeah, we've got a bunch of playlists on our YouTube. Let me get some for you. Sick in the Mind, hello, nice to see you here. Good afternoon. It's afternoon where we are, but a lot of other people, it's already evening, or really late night if you're in Europe. But aka Maven, hello. These are the playlists for my channel. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Hi Zor, thank you. Okay, so here, inside the custom HTTP header, this is the response header, right? No. Yeah, this is a request header. So we get a custom string, custom header, flag string. So we can copy this, right-click, copy value, and we can supply this as the answer for the challenge. So back at the challenge, we can paste in the flag. Well, get rid of this part, and then click on submit. And we're done. the next day. Okay, so what do we need to do? We're going to do our little write-up. So the method of solve. This challenge wants us to filter all the packets in the PCAP file. Filter all the packets by the HTTP protocol. Thank you very much. The Shy Hat flag. On yeah, if you're a member, you can use the Shy Hat emotes on YouTube. But if you're on Twitch and you're subscribed, you can also use this emote right here. So it's the Shy 31 flag. Whoops. This one. Okay, the challenge wants us to filter all the packets by the HTTP protocol. After loading up the file, we can type in HTTP in the display filter, then hit enter to filter out everything but HTTP packets. Brouhaha! Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, and then click on the first one in the list. Click on the first packet in the list. and open up the, what is the name of the tab? The tab is called Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Okay, the flag is in the HTTP request header. And what is the name of that header? It's flag string. And that's done. Great. Another challenge down, and we'll move on to the next challenge. Now run it back with T-Shark. I haven't taught myself how to use T-Shark yet. Sick in the mind. But yeah, eventually I'll get around to teaching myself how to use T-Shark. Okay, so let's do network number 4, filters 2. So I mean, I really like these series of challenges from AllaCyber, despite the fact that they're not really in English, because they do a lot of hand-holding. And people who are very new to a topic, they need to do a lot of hand-holding to learn about specific topics. Stuff like Wireshark. So network 4 filters 2. To solve this challenge, you need a logical expression that filters by the source IP address and by the protocol. So we're looking for more filters. Okay. What are my PC specs? Yeah, my specs are over here. Okay, so before we start, I should probably get the write-up started. So create a new file. The name of the challenge is Network 4 Filters 2. Need to get rid of my spaces because GitHub hates spaces in file names. Okay. So for this challenge, we record all of our usual things, the URL, and the concept, and the method of solve. Okay, let's grab that. Let's grab that URL here. The concept of this challenge is Wireshark display filters, DNS, and was it source IP? Source IP address. Okay, and let's go ahead and solve the challenge. So here we need to where's my download? Aren't we supposed to solve this challenge, you need a logical expression that filters by source IP address and by protocol. Isn't there like a packet capture I need to download here? Hold on, let me reload the challenge. Do I just submit the flag? Is it flag? Yeah, I'm not. Okay. Let's think about this. All right. So the format of the flag usually looks like this. So flag. So something inside the flag. They're asking for source IP address and protocol. Let's just copy this. So source IP address and by protocol. So in Wireshark, if you're sorting by source IP address, I think it's something like SRP IP. How do you filter it by source IP? Okay, we can apply its filter. IP.source. Oh, okay. So it's IP.source. Thank you very much, SysOS. So IP.source, IP.source host, and then the IP address. So I guess something like 192.168.101, or like equals. So source IP host equals this, and then we need to do an AND as well. AND protocol equals DNS. No. Okay. So how do we do AND DNS maybe? I mean, this works. I'm not too sure if this is what they want for the flag, but something like this does work. So you need an operation, so equal, yeah. I mean, if we're submitting this as the flag, then we would have to put it in here like this. Let's try submitting this. Wrong flag. To solve this challenge, you need a logical expression that filters by source IP address and by protocol. Yeah, I'm not too sure what format they want the flag in, though. You have .1. Oh, yeah, I've got the wrong dot. Okay, .3. Still the wrong flag. So 192.168.103 and DNS typo. Do we have more typos in here? So do we have one for protocol? So this doesn't work. Look in Wireshark, maybe there's a comment. I mean, I'm not too sure because... Oh, you know what? Maybe it is in this... Maybe it is in this file. Okay, let's... So they want this. They want this filter here. We'll copy it, we'll apply it. It's and. Alright, let's apply our filter here. So we got one packet. We got one packet. It might be, the flag might be hiding in the contents. Let's take a look. Ah, okay, it is here. Just use IP.source without host. Just use IP.source without host. Okay, I mean, this works as well, and it's shorter, which is something I like. It gives us the same results, but open the query. Yeah, so this is what we're looking for. So I can copy, right-click, copy as ASCII text, and then paste it out. Well, we got it. Okay, let's just get rid of all this extraneous stuff, and then we can submit as this is the flag. Done. Copy. So the thing is that did they talk about how we should be using the same packet capture? I guess they talk about how we should be using the same packet capture in the previous challenge. Okay, this is the right flag. Go to the pin. It has this data in the query line. So if we go back to Wireshark, we can probably find this stuff in the domain name system query. So at the bottom here. So queries. There's the flag. Yeah, okay. So we'll record this in the write-up. And thank you very much for the flag emote, Christian Rink. Much appreciated. So remember, when we find the flag, we have to use the emote. Okay. Christian Rink says, what's the roadmap for beginner to expert in cybersecurity? What's the roadmap for beginner to expert in cybersecurity? I mean, we have a thread on the HackerFrogs subreddit over here that talks about how to get into cybersecurity. Where is it again? Here it is. And one of the links inside of the guide here is a roadmap. Roadmap.sh. So you might want to take a look at this. But this page is pretty good for people who are looking to get into cybersecurity. It talks about a lot of sample challenges across different categories of cybersecurity role. It talks about how you can select a cybersecurity role, or maybe researching which cybersecurity role is best for you, and then how to learn about tech fundamentals. But anyways, let's get back to our challenges. So the method of solve in this case, we have to use the pcap file from the previous challenge. And in the display filter, we need to apply a filter that only displays packets from a specific IP address and displays only DNS packets. Okay, the following display filter gets the job done. Okay, and we'll copy the display filter over here. Okay, there is only one packet that fits the description. We can find the flag in the packet details pane under the domain name system tab. Under the, what is it called? Query something something? Under the queries tab. Or I guess we could call it like a sub-tab. Okay, so we're done. So we're done with this challenge. We can move on to the next thing. We've got 10 minutes left. Hopefully we can solve the next challenge in 10 minutes. Okay, so this would be network number 5. So filters 3, there's more filters ones. Okay. All right, everybody. This is the link for the challenge. And it says to solve this challenge, you need a logical expression that filters to find packages containing comments. Containing comments. Okay, so before we solve this, let's go ahead and set up our write-up. So the name of the challenge is filters 3. The next two. Okay, so the URL for the challenge, the concept, and the method of solve. Okay, so the URL is here. Copy that. The concept here is more display filters. This one is only for comments. Alright, let's go back to the Wireshark. Okay, so we'll just get rid of our current display filter, and we're looking for comments. You know what? Let's packet comment. Thank you, Lexter Live. I don't use Wireshark very much. Packet comment. Okay, apply, and there's only one. Packet comments are up at the top here. And what do we have? Wow, you can also save comments. Not easy to find, or what? Not easy to find, or what is that word? Or maybe it is. Okay, and then we've got a flag in here. Can we save? Copy all visible items, or value. Okay, great. No? Wait, why no? Learning about filters, comments are hard to find. Alright, so we'll try submitting this. Oops. The emote. Oh! The Shy 31 flag. Why doesn't it display? Hold on. I'm not too sure why it didn't display. It was spelled correctly. Oh, you might not be... Okay. You need to be subscribed to use the flag emote. Animated emotes can only be used by subscribers. Or you can only give animated emotes to the subscribers. All the other emotes on Twitch, so we got the Shy 31, we got the typo emote and the ha emote. Yeah, just like those, right? Okay, so let's submit the flag. That didn't take very long at all. Okay, we should be able to do one more. So filters 4. The Shy 31 typo doesn't work on YouTube. I think YouTube hates us. So you might be able to do it on YouTube with Shy typo between... Yeah. So underscore Shy typo, but it might be... Do certain cybersecurity experts specialize in certain areas? That is absolutely the case. We'll talk about it very, very quickly. So... cybersecurity roles, highly specialized. So people who are pen testers. So that is network pen testers or web app pen testers or cloud pen testers. They're absolutely focused on specifically what they do, and they're not necessarily going to be the same people who do digital forensics analyst work. Analyst. And they're not going to be the same people who do malware analysts. So malware analysts are very heavily focused into reverse engineering. digital forensics analysts are going to know a lot about digital forensics, strangely enough, that kind of thing. But let's solve one more challenge. So this is Network Filters 4. Oh, we didn't finish the write-up for Network Filters 3. Method of solve. Okay, so use the following display filter. So it's pkg_comment and done. Okay, and we'll do the last one. Last one we're doing for today. So Network Filters 4. Okay, PKT. Okay. Thank you, Lexer Live. Thank you for saving me from myself. Okay, let me commit these changes, and I'll go and correct my errors. Yep, more typos. PKT comment. And let's go back to Network Filters 4. So we need to fill in our URL, our concept, and our method of solve. We only have 2 minutes to solve this challenge. Hopefully we can get it done in time. Okay, our URL is here. Our concept is, what are we looking for? To solve this challenge, you need a logical expression that will filter to select only packages containing the string pwn all the things. Pwn all the things. So we're looking for string for strings. I don't know if we're going to be doing that inside of the display filter. PKT contains, or which filter is that going to be? Or is that going to be in a separate thing? Control F, okay, yeah. So control... that was the wrong one. Okay, so control F. That's going to open up the packet... well, packet... I guess I'm looking for, in packet details, the string in here. And we can look for specific strings. We're looking for something called pwn all the things. Just copy that. And then paste it in here. Then click on Find. Click on Find. No packet contains a string in its dissected display. So I think we're looking for packet bytes. So packet bytes string, options narrow and wide, pwn all the things. Find. We found one. Okay, so what's this? There it is. Okay, so I think we can do our last write-up, and then we'll move on to the next part of the stream. So the concept here is searching for strings in packets. So the method of solve. In the packet list, use the Control F keyboard shortcut. To open up the search. To open up the search function. I think you can also do it with the filters TCP and frame contains. You can do it with filters too, TCP and frame contains. Can we just use frame contains though? Okay, we'll cancel this out. And then we'll Frame contains A. Maybe. So frame contains... Oh, what is the string they're looking for? Pwn all the things. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Macarius, thank you. Okay, string frame contains pwn all the things. We found it. We found one. This is probably the better way to do it, as opposed to using... Yeah, this is good. This is good. Thank you very much for letting us know about that, Lexter Live. Okay, so searching for strings and packets. I mean, I guess we could just tell people to use this display filter. Frame contains pwn all the things. Seems to work. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this so we can submit this to the challenge. Copy as ASCII text, and then paste it in. The flag is learning about filters and finding those strings. I mean, we need to flag wrapper this. So flag, curly braces, copy, and done. Okay, is it possible for you to do a session on Termux? A session on Termux. Termux, I don't think there are any legit courses out there. Termux, are you talking about the... oh gosh, what is the name of those devices? Tablet? Like, it's like a tablet terminal, right? Tablet terminals? Had to get... what was that? Dinner? NASA Sparkle? Oh, okay. Hope you got it. Well, it looks like you got it. Mobile phone. Okay, for mobile devices like tablets and phones. Yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about Termux. I don't know anything about Termux. Everything I do for cybersecurity is on either laptop or on PC. So I'm afraid I don't know anything about Termux. You could probably teach me more about Termux than I can teach you. SysOS says, watching the first hour of the NASA stream this month, the Artemis mission. Oh, yeah, everybody was talking about that. But let's go ahead and start another 60 minutes, and we'll move on to the next topic. So topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here. It's kind of like Linux, it's very powerful. I don't know very much about it, unfortunately. Okay, so we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Basics, session number 3. So before we do that, let's close out some of the stuff we're not using here. And so yeah, this is done. And we're not... I think we'll be using this later. Okay. Alright, so we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Basics Part 3. So this is the third session we're doing for Web App Security Basics, and what are we going to be learning about today? So this is the third intro to Web App Hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. We learned about the HTTP refer header, which is misspelled on purpose, and it contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. It's often used for analytics or logging. The HTTP refer header is occasionally used by web app developers as a security mechanism, but this is not good practice because it was never intended to be used in such a way. So we solved a challenge involving that. We talked about the HTTP cookie header. So this one's a really, really important one because HTTP cookies and security is a really big topic. So HTTP cookies are commonly used as a security mechanism that allows users to maintain an authenticated user session on a website. So basically, when you log into websites, the the website or the web application will give you a cookie, which you use to maintain your user session. In short, HTTP cookies allow users to log into websites. But since cookie values can be modified by the user, proper care should be taken to ensure that valid cookie values are not predictable or easily guessed. Let's continue where we left off. So we'll pick up where we left off in the Natus CTF, Natus 6. So I accidentally did this level, Natus 6, in the previous session, but we're going to redo this because not everybody here today was present for that last session. So for these workshops, we're going to be working through a series of challenges over at this website over here. It's called Natus. It's the Natus war game over at overthewire.org. Remember the links. Oh yeah, that's true. We should probably use some specialized links to log into the website. Hold on. Okay, we're done with Wireshark. We're just going to close it up. So if this is the URL over here, standard links from the RFC. So what were the, how do we include, so it's Natus 6, how do we include the basic auth in the URL here? Scheme is going to be user password URL. Oh, thank you, thank you. So user, and then password, and then at URL. So let me see if I can make it a lot easier for everybody. I just need to put this together. Okay, Natus 6, the password is this thing. Okay, let's see if this works. And if it works, I can give everybody the thing. Okay. Alright, so this works. So here you go. Athou says if you press the key and hold it, you can give it a different option, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Not too sure what that is a reference to. Okay, QQ on steroids says, hey, what is the best resource to learn AD hacking? So the best resource to learn Active Directory hacking would probably be a subscription to Hack the Box. And what you would do after you get your subscription to Hack the Box is work through all of the Active Directory challenges over there. We've got a very limited selection of Active Directory challenges that we have for free. Let me see if I can get you those resources. Just a second. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this is what you would want to do if you want to learn about some free Active Directory challenges. You would go over to Vulnix CTF Labs, and you would go over to Hack My VM CTF Labs over here, and you would search for the Windows machines. So most of the Windows machines over there are Active Directory machines. Aside from that, your best bet is to get a paid subscription for Hack the Box and check out the Windows Active Directory machines over there, because they've got something like 100 of them. They've got a lot of them. It's the best way to learn about Active Directory. Okay, so we're in Natus 6. I gave everybody the link to log in without having to supply the username and password. So it says input secret. So we don't know what the secret is over here. We probably need to submit a correct secret to get the password for the next level. If we submit this query, it says wrong secret. So what we need to do in this level is we need to access the source code. So there's a link here that says view source code. And what we need to do is we need to pay attention to this part over here. So this is the source code for the website. So a lot of people, they get kind of hesitant about learning hacking, especially, well, they get really hesitant about learning hacking when they find out they're going to have to learn how to read code, learn about programming languages. And I'm here to tell you that you can learn about hacking. You can learn technical hacking without learning programming languages, but it's a very big handicap if you do not understand the code that is being used to write the applications you're looking at. So it's like a glass ceiling. You can only get so far. Anyways, what we're looking at here is we're looking at PHP code. So PHP is a very popular language for creating website front ends and back ends. Actually, I think PHP is like a server language. PHP is a server language. Most of the time, you don't really see it in the front end, in the client, on the client side. So what we have here we have some brackets, and these brackets are very particular to PHP. So there's the bracket question mark and then the question mark bracket. So this is a very obvious sign that we're talking about PHP in this case. So Sick of the Mind says, what is wrong with learning how to write code? It's not that hard. I mean, it's a barrier to entry, and people who are looking into cybersecurity, they find it very off-putting. So it's like it sounds like it might be hard, so they don't want to do it. So let's see. Sick of the Mind says, you won't be an effective pen tester if you're looking to understand from a vulnerability standpoint. By all means, script kiddie all the way through. I mean, you can run a lot of vulnerability tools. You can run a lot of like pen testing tools without knowing how to code. But if you want to get the most out of a hacking career, you do need to learn how to code. You don't need to learn how to code in every single programming language, but maybe one or two programming languages wouldn't hurt. So it says, I believe everybody should be able to write code, not to be a programmer, just to be able to read and write code. I think everybody who wants to get into technical cybersecurity roles, they should be able to read and write some basic Python. They don't need to get very far into it, but Python's probably the best option out there, because almost all roles are going to be able to make use of some Python scripts. Athal says, how many people know IT stuff? Very few, like all the people who created the tech. I mean, we are increasingly reliant on the tech. So if we don't have like a large number of people who understand how it works, then we're going to run into some really big problems. Okay, Athal says, I bought a book manual on Fortran, by the way. Wow. Sick of the Mind says, with the AI stepping in and replacing low-level roles, you have no excuse to start figuring out how to get into automating remedial tasks. Okay, and let's see. Wild Radio says, just imagine how badass the future will be. Building your own tools that nobody else has, the coolest. So SysOS says, not cybersecurity, everyone. Computers became so much more powerful when you can write code. I mean, the thing is that all of our fancy computing devices are marketed towards people who don't know very much about technical topics. They're for regular people, and most regular people don't know how to read code and write code. And whether or not they should, that's something you can debate. But selling it to those people, you should probably try to sell it to as many people as possible, because you're trying to make money. Thank you very much, GX000. Nice seeing you at the meetup yesterday, GX000. And thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Let me give you a fun video redeem. Okay, Jason IT Solutions says, link for the challenge is at Natus or another module. So the it repeated. My hands are transition to pen testing, we're talking about you could just use Kali Linux. Okay, before we continue, let's talk about what people are talking about in chat. So Logo is a programming language that anyone can learn, for example. GX00 says, I learned Logo in the 90s. And Sick of the Mind says, as a pen tester, I was in IT for about 10 years before I made the transition to pen testing, I guess. Learning IT stuff was recommended by my mentor. When I told him I wanted to learn offensive security, he advised me that you should learn how these systems are built and what goes into setting up the infrastructure before you can try to tear down the walls. You could use Kali Linux. I mean, if you use Kali Linux, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're... If you use Kali Linux is just a tool, and I mean, hacking is more than just the tools that you use. It's about a certain mindset. It's about trying to learn about systems. Okay, the bot really loves that one. Installed Kali on bare metal. Elite hacks are now, of course. Anyways, let's continue with the challenge. So we're taking a look at PHP code. So the PHP code does this. Include includes secret inc. If array key exists, submit post. If secret is equal to post secret, print access granted the password for Natus 7 is censored. Otherwise, print wrong secret. So if what you submit in your post request, is going to be the secret. It's compared with the variable called secret, and if they match, then you get the password for the next level. If they don't match, it says wrong secret. The question is, what is the value of the secret variable? Because it's what our user input is being compared against. So if you can figure out what the secret variable is, then you can solve the challenge. Study Bloggers asks, what coding languages are you really good at? I only consider myself capable using Python. I've studied other languages. I don't really consider myself super competent using them. GX000 says, a Kali user is as much a hacker as a Honda Civic driver is a race car driver. Need sunglasses for these flashbangs. Oh, yeah, right. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about this white screen, but we'll be leaving the screen pretty soon. Okay, so what is the value of the variable secret? So secret is being compared, but secret doesn't exist in this code. So where is the secret variable? Okay, so let's see. Sick of the Mind says, so break it down. Post, request, and get are handlers in PHP. They receive parameters from users, and if there's code on the page that interprets those values, like the one on this page, to see if the submit parameter exists and uses the secret parameter. Okay? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Cycle for London. Thank you. So, I mean, the secret variable value is not here, but we should probably investigate what this include keyword is over here. So include, I mean, we could probably look it up right now. So PHP include keyword. Okay, in PHP, include is a language construct used to embed and evaluate the contents of one PHP file into another. So if we think about include in the context of Python, so in Python, when you want to import code from another Python file, you would use the import keyword. So this is Python. If you're doing the same thing in PHP, you use the include keyword. So in this case, the secret variable is probably in another file. And where are we? So it's probably in this file right here, includes/secret.inc. So what we can do, because we know that this exists, this endpoint exists on the server, we can just copy this. We can go back to the application, and then we can take a look at the contents of that file. So when we load up the contents of the file over here, nothing appears. So our question now is, why does nothing appear here? So we're looking at the contents of secret.inc. Thank you very much for following Ston Keating Guy. Hello. And thank you for following on Twitch. So we're looking at a .inc file. Complex Robbie, do you study or work? Do you study or work? I mean, I'm trying to turn teaching cybersecurity stuff my work. So secret.inc, I mean, we're talking about .inc files. So if you know about what .inc files are, PHP, what is a .inc and why use it? So .inc files are text files used as includes in programming, holding code, data, headers, or SQL queries that are meant to be included in other files, such as C, C++, PHP, or ASP. So to use these files, they're not standalone scripts, but are intended to be loaded into the namespace of the main file. I mean, that doesn't really answer our question, why does it look blank when we look at it? MSEC says, have you tried switching the website on and off again? That makes a lot of sense. Pay close attention to that security risk statement. Okay, so where is it? Security risk. So in ASP and some PHP setups, using a .inc extension can be a security risk. If not properly configured in the server, a user can navigate to the .inc file and view its source code in the browser. So let's just answer the question. The reason why we don't see anything on the page is because everything inside of the .inc file is going to be interpreted as PHP code. And in PHP code, if you don't include a specific instruction to print something to the page, you're not going to see it. So what we need to do is we need to take a look at the page source. So in the page source, we can actually see the contents of the file. Okay, there you go. Now viewers can actually use the link. Thank you, Sick in the Mind. But here what we see is more PHP code. So we see the colon question mark and the question mark colon, and then we see the variable has been defined over here. So secret is this string over here. So just a bunch of letters. So this is what we need to submit to the application to finish the challenge. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so here, input secret, paste it in, submit query, access granted. The password for Natus 7 is this thing right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up the next challenge, the next link. So Natus 7, let me copy the password. So this is the next link we're going to be using. Just clarifying the statement, GX00 says, so that's what I was meaning about pay close attention to the security risk statement. The PHP isn't actually rendered, so your browser doesn't output anything in the tag. It wouldn't even print if there was a print or whatever. Really? Oh, it wouldn't print if you put like an echo in the PHP there? Huh. I thought that if we put like an echo statement or like an echo command or an echo function for secret, it would show up. Oh, it's plain text. It wouldn't work. That's interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and navigate to the next level. Okay, so this is a very interesting level. So on this page, we got home and about. So before we do Natus level 7, let's review what we're talking about in the previous challenge. Oh no. Before we do this challenge, let's talk about URL parameters. Okay, for anybody confused, bad file permissions is the vulnerability in that setup. Yeah. I mean, because we're able to navigate to the page, so the .inc file, that's the reason why people are able to get the password. I mean, normally people wouldn't be able to see this. Normally people wouldn't be able to see the PHP code for the application. So, but we are supplied with the source code in this case. Bad file permissions or misconfigured server, you can configure the server to render any extension as PHP. Yeah, you can, and I've actually seen some CTF exercises that do that. They're kind of wacky. Include files shouldn't be accessible to web readers. That's true. Okay, let's take a look at Natus 7. Actually, before we do Natus 7, we'll talk about URL parameters. So URL parameters are variables attached to the end of URLs. They can be identified by the question mark directly after the web page or directory name, followed by the parameter key name, then the equal sign, then the value. So we can see here that there's a start of parameters at the question mark, then a key value, in this case color, then equals blue, which is the value. If there are multiple parameters included in the same URL, they're separated by the ampersand symbol. So we see here that there are two keys and values inside the parameters, and they're separated with the ampersand over here. So color equals blue and sort equals newest. Okay, and what else about URL parameters? So there are a few different reasons why web pages use URL parameters. The most common one is for search queries. So if you go over to google.com and you search for anything, what you search is going to show up in the page that you load up next. So it's going to be Q equals what you searched for. So Q equals apples, and you're going to see it in here. I think I can demonstrate this. So Google, we're going to Google search for cute, or let's just search for kittens. Okay, so kittens. You can see here that the first part of the thing that we get back inside of google.com, it's search and then question mark and then Q equals kittens. So Q equals kittens is part of the URL parameter. Where are we? Here. So, however, another common and potentially dangerous use of URL parameters is to instruct the web server on which web page to display. So this is actually present in Google as well. So the web page that's displayed back is dependent on the URL parameter that we search for. So we get back the page with kittens because the URL parameter indicates that we're supposed to load up the thing that is talking about kittens. So if we go back to the challenge here, no, we go back to the presentation here, we can see here that in overthewire.org, we see a URL parameter here called page. So start of URL parameters is the question mark, page equals home. So page equals home. This is the application we're looking at right now. The use of URL parameters which reference other files in the web server could potentially be exploited in an attack called local file inclusion, otherwise known as LFI. So what is this local file inclusion attack we're talking about? So local file inclusion, LFI, is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So what we The problem here isn't that we're able to see web page files through the file inclusion. The problem is that we're able to look at non-web page server files through this vulnerability, local file inclusion. So how do we demonstrate this? If we go over to the application, we see two links. So there is home and there's about. So if we take a look at the link for about, it looks like this. So /index.php page equals about. Actually, let's put it in the text editor here. So index.php URL parameter page equals about. Thank you very much, Skater Boy Aiden. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So this lets us know that the page that is being loaded up by the web application is indicated in the URL parameters here, and this can be very, very dangerous if it's not configured properly. So if it's not configured properly, we could take advantage of this vulnerability called local file inclusion. Artemis 2 is coming home. Wow, I didn't know that the mission was so. I thought it would be a longer mission. Artemis 2 is coming home. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so LF5 vulnerabilities, local file inclusion. What this can do is it can lead to sensitive data exposure, and it can also be used as the first step in a chain of exploits. So if there's local file inclusion on your web application, then people can potentially read any file on the web server as long as they know it exists. So not just the web page files, but also the underlying server, the underlying files on the server. Okay, so the inclusion of file names in the URL parameters is a typical method through which a potential LF5 vulnerability is identified. So in order to take advantage of local file inclusion, we need to understand file system structure. So when we take advantage of the local file inclusion, we're going to be using a payload that includes a lot of this kind of pattern, .. So when we, well, okay, let me demonstrate. So if we go into the URL parameters, we're going to supply page equals .. a bunch of times, and then we're going to navigate to another file on the server, etc. password. But what does this represent, each one of these .. slashes? So each .. slash indicates an elevation of one level in the file system, traveling from the web app's working directory, that is Natus 7, and up to the top level directory, which is represented by /. So back one directory. Yeah, that's exactly it. So the application works inside of this directory over here. I mean, this is what we know after the fact. So typically, a web application on a Linux server is going to be in the var www HTML directory, and in this case it's in labs, it's in Natus, and it's in Natus 7. So each one of these .. slashes that we use in the attack is going to bring us up one level inside of the file system, when eventually we're going to arrive at the top level. So after we get to the top level, we want to reference the file that we want to access, which is the etc. Password file. So from the top level directory, we can provide a file path to the file that we want to access. A typical test file for LFI on Linux Unix web servers is the etc. password file, since it is publicly readable by default and gives us info regarding the usernames on the web server. So I mean, I can demonstrate over on my Kali Linux system over here. So let's assume that we're in the var www HTML directory, And inside this directory, what we can do is we can read a file. So // a bunch of times, and then we can access etc password, which has all of the usernames on the system. So what this does is it navigates to the top of the file system and then to the etc directory and then the password file. Okay, join in sometime. I'm gonna have some food, no worries. Okay, so if we run this command, this actually goes up to the top and then into the etc password file, and it reads it out for us. So this is essentially what we're going to be doing with the local file inclusion attack. Okay, so let's go ahead and demonstrate. So over here, what we're going to do is we're going to do page equals .. a bunch of times and then etc password. So if we copy this, then we go back to the web application and we replace it with this, then we see that we're able to read these local web server files. So these are all the users on the system. Every Natus user has its own account, which means we see all of these accounts. Okay, so if there's anything that you don't quite understand about what we did inside of this level, let us know when we'll try to explain. We'll try to explain again. Okay, so what we want to do from here is we want to access the password for the next level using this attack, local file inclusion. If we go back to the description for this game, it says that all the passwords are stored in the etc Natus webpass directory. So for example, the password for Natus 5 is stored in the file etc Natus webpass Natus 5 and is only readable by Natus 4 and Natus 4 and Natus 5. So what we're going to do, because this is Natus level 7, is we want to access the password for Natus level 8. So we were told that the password for Natus level, the password for all of the Natus users is in the Natus_webpass directory inside the etc directory. So etc Natus webpass. So the password for Natus level 8 is in Natus 8 inside this directory. So what we're going to do is we're just going to supply this instead of etc password. So copy this and then go back to the web application. In the address bar, this is what we supplied. Okay, and when we read that page, we get the password for the next level, which is Natus level 8. It's right here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up the link for the next level. So the link for the next level is going to be Natus level 8. And let me switch it up so that I can give you a link. Whoa, what? No. I've got to switch up my music, and I can't let it start auto-playing stuff, because otherwise I might get ad limited. Okay, here's the link here. Copy that. Okay, let's give this a try ourselves. So this should be the password for Natus level 8. Something romantic? Sickly Mind says, that reminds me I need to finish my curl-only Natus endeavor. Yeah, I remember you talking about that a few months ago. Was it a few months ago or a few weeks ago? It was a while ago. Okay, so what do we got? So input secret, put in test. Test is wrong secret. So this is another one of these levels where we need to take a look at the source code. And let's take a look at the source code together here. Got distracted with other stuff, probably months. No worries, no worries. Okay, so we've got our PHP code again. We know it's PHP because it's between these question mark brackets. And we've got a few things to look at. So we've got something called encoded secret, which looks like some hexadecimal string. And then we got a function. We've got a function that's defined over here called encode secret that takes in the parameter of secret. What it does is it does a bunch of different things to the secret. So whatever secret we put into the function, first it's base64 encoded, and then it's string reversed, and then it is binary to hexed. So there's a bunch of operations that happen to the secret. And what happens down here? So what we need to do is we need to give user input that has to equal out to the encoded secret. So the encoded secret is this, but we can't just supply this, because what we supply has to go through this whole function here, and it has to come out as this. But how do we do that? Thank you very much for following on Twitch. LeoQZD, thank you. Alright, so let's talk about what's going on in this level. So this is source code analysis in Natus level 8. So what we're going to do is we're going to reverse all the operations we saw inside of that function. So if we know that, where are we? If we know that whatever happens to the secret is that it gets base64 encoded, and then it gets string reversed, and then it gets binary to hexadecimal, and we know that this is the last operation because we see that there's hexadecimal in the encoded secret over here. Base64 decoder, we can use a base64 decoder, but we need to do a bunch of other stuff to this first. So we know that the original operation is bin to hex, so binary to hexadecimal. So the reversed operation for that in PHP is hex to bin. So take in hexadecimal and turn it into binary information. CyberChef time. We could use CyberChef, but what I prefer, because we're dealing with PHP, is that we should use PHP to undo the operation. Where are we? Here. Okay. So the first thing we have to do is we have to do hexadecimal to binary, and then afterwards, the original operation was string reverse. So the reversed operation is also string reverse. Lastly, the original operation in the code was base64 encode. So take whatever string was there originally and then base64 encode it. So that would be base64 decode. So what we can do is we can use a PHP script. And in fact, we can use the same PHP script in the level. So over here, where is it? Here. So over here, what we can do is we can just copy the entire PHP code. And then we can go over to like an online PHP tool. Online PHP. Over here. Okay. So this is a very handy little website which we can use to execute some PHP code. This is it over here. so what are we going to do with this code? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to define a new function. So the new function is not going to encode a secret, it's going to decode a secret. So why do we have adds? Okay, so we'll call this function decode secret, and it takes in a secret. So we can rename this to secret so that it matches up with the code over here. So return bin2 hex string reverse base64 encode secret. But what we want to do is we want to reverse these operations. Okay. Monday and Friday, or have you returned to the normal schedule? Jason IT Solution, hello, nice to see you here. We're only doing Wednesdays and Fridays. So we dropped the Monday stream, and we stream on Wednesdays and Fridays now. Okay, so we need to swap these around. So bin2 hex becomes hex to bin, and it has to take the first operation here. And base64 encode has to become base64 decode, and it has to take this position over here. So the string reverse in the middle can remain what it is, because string reverse reversed is also string reverse. So bin to hex, we're going to copy this, we're going to put this in this spot, and we're going to change it into hex to bin. And then where bin to hex was, we can do base64 underscore decode. Okay, and this part of the code we can just get rid of because we don't need this part. We can just delete this. The last thing we're going to do, oh, we can get rid of this parentheses too. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to echo out something. So we're going to echo out decode secret with secret. So we can just copy this. We can do the function call. You can just drop the entire function and base64. You can, but I mean, well, we can show you like an alternative way to do this as well. All right, so we're just gonna echo this out, run the code, and then we get this result over here. So this is what we actually need to feed into the application to get the password. So like what Sick in the Mind says, we can do this a number of different ways. And we can use our favorite tool, CyberChef. So CyberChef is a website where you can do all sorts of fun operations. Where's the dark mode on this? Options. Where's dark mode? Quick, everybody, tell me where the dark mode is. I don't see it. No dark mode, only burnt retinas. Okay, so we can reverse the operation on the string using CyberChef. So in CyberChef, we put in the initial input here, the gear. The gear? I don't see dark mode here. Oh, no, there is. Okay. So there's classic, dark. Okay. Awesome, everybody. We're hackers now. We're actually hackers now. Okay, so we got our input over here. We need to do the opposite operations. So the first thing we need to do is we need to do the hexadecimal. So this is hexadecimal here. We need to turn it back into binary. So we can search for hex to binary. Or, no, this is called like from hex. From hex. So from hex, we paste into here. And then this turns into a bunch of garbled bytes. So this is just the first operation. So the second operation is the string reverse. So we can search it up in here as well. Reverse. So reverse, we'll put this in after. So reverse by character, I think this works. And then the last thing we want to do is we want to base 64 decode. So in operations here, base 64 from base 64 down here. So we'll put this as the last operation. And I guess reverse is not going to be by character, it's going to be by line. No. So from hex delimiter auto. Something's not looking quite right here. Oh, no, it worked. It's just that it got garbled up. So okay, so it is from hex, and then reverse, and then from base 64. So we get the same result that we get when we ran our PHP script here. So what we want to do is we want to take this, and we want to go back to the application. And we want to use this as the input. So when this is interpreted by the system, it should match up with the encoded string and then give us the password. Okay, access granted. The password for Natus 9 is this. I'm pretty sure this is the last level we're going to be covering today, but let me check. Okay, so before we do the summary, there's a couple of challenges that we can do over at EchoCTF to reinforce the stuff that we learned in today's lesson. What do we have? Where is that thing? Okay, so there is this challenge over here from EchoCTF called Local Authority. We'll try solving this challenge. Here's the link. So to do these challenges, you're going to need to have an account over at picoctf.org. You have a good accent for learning beginners. It's comfortable. Thank you very much, Sinister U. So we will practice, and then we will paste in the link for the challenge. So this challenge is called Local Authority, and what we're going to do is we're going to try to solve this challenge because it involves some stuff that we've already learned. Can you get the flag? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So this is one of those challenges where we need to start up the instance in the cloud. We can click on Launch Instance. And then we've got a website. I'll provide everybody with the link for the website if you don't want to log into EchoCTF. And we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. So when Twitch ads run, we take a little break and we put on the birds. So here are the birds. I started editing the clips to make them a lot more aesthetically pleasing. So I hope you enjoy these woodpeckers. Bird is the word, GX00, that's correct. So we got a special emote on Twitch and on YouTube. It's the Shy 31 Bird, and this is the guy that comes out. And I think you should be able to hear the audio as well. Can you hear the audio? The bird pecking? Yeah, you can hear the bird pecking at the peanuts now. Okay, I'm going to take a quick drink, but enjoy the music and the birds. Just a sec. Okay, so one thing I want to point out is that the birds kind of do this warning dance when they see other birds appear. So when this woodpecker here sees another woodpecker, where is it? Here. So when the other woodpecker appears, it's going to start making some noise. I don't know if you heard that or not. It made some squeaky noise. And I think it happens again when another woodpecker appears. Just a second. But anyways, I love these birds, and it's really fun to watch them in the backyard. Oh. Anyways, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Okay, so go to the website and see what you can discover. It says local authority, and let's go ahead and visit the website. Okay, so this is secure customer portal. Only letters and numbers are allowed for the username and password. So what do? I mean, we can take a look at the source code for this page. So right-click, view page source. And what do we see here? So action login.php method post. So if we click on the button, it's going to make a post request to the login.php website or the login.php web page. There might be some more stuff there after we try to log in. So if we go back and we do, like, I don't know, admin as our password, we get this message here, login failed. But we're not on, we're on a different web page now. We're on the login.php web page. If we take a look at the page source for this page, we see some really suspicious stuff. Okay, we see some JavaScript over here, and it's called filter string. So filter string, filter pass equals true, window username admin, window password admin. I mean, this is the stuff that we pass the application here. And let's see, if logged in. If logged in, the message is login successful, and or else we get the login failed message over here. And the interesting thing here is that they've got something called the admin form hash. Admin form hash is, well, I mean, this value right here. So this value, if you take a look at it, this kind of looks like hexadecimal. So hexadecimal, a hexadecimal string. And I guess what we want to do is we want to decode this hexadecimal string. So if we copy this, and I'll just provide it to everybody in the chat. I think what we can do, we could probably use CyberChef for this as well. So let's load up CyberChef. And we'll punch this in, and we'll do from hexadecimal, I guess. From hexadecimal. And what do we have? Nothing that we can understand. So logged in, check password. If logged in, login successful, illegal name, character, and username or password. So this might be, I mean, this might be the password for the admin user. We can give this a shot. So login page, go back. So admin and paste in the password. Well, paste in that string we found. Login failed. Okay, so logged in equals check password. We run the check password function on the username and the password. Admin form hash value. So, what are we supposed to be paying attention to here? So the check password function is not on this page, I don't think. Oh, there's an admin.php as well. maybe we can... Oh, there's another script called secure.js up here. Okay. So the check password function is probably in the other JavaScript file over here, secure.js. So we'll go ahead and look at that. What is this? These are credentials. So check password is the function that we're looking at on the other page. So if username equals admin and password is equal to strong password, this thing over here, return true, otherwise return false. So we were able to find the hidden JavaScript code in here. So I guess we'll copy this, strong password this thing, and then go back to the login page. So admin and the password we just found in the script. Click on login. And we get the flag. Okay. So let's copy the flag and then let's solve the challenge. So we go back to EchoCTF, paste in the flag, submit it, then we're done. We'll do one more of these and then we'll do our summary for today's. You typed in this. Yeah. I was mistaken. I shouldn't have been paying attention to that. It's MD5 hash. When you decrypt it, it is successful login. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. I don't think I've explored that before. But thank you very much for letting us know. Sturcan? Thank you. Okay, we got one more challenge in us. And... Forbidden paths. I think we can solve this one before we finish today's lesson. Here's the link. Okay, so in this challenge, can you get the flag? We know that the website lives in this directory, and the flag is in /flag, but the website is filtering absolute file paths. Can you get past the filter and read the flag? So, because they tell us about file paths, and they tell us the flag, well, the location of the flag that we want to read, this has probably had something to do with something that we learned today. Sirkan says, good luck on your hacking journey, man. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll start up the instance for the challenge, and I'll give you the link for the website when it loads up. Okay, so the website is here. Here's the link. Let me start closing out some of these tabs we're not using, including this one. Okay, so what do we have here? So we got a web e-reader. We got divinecomedy.txt, olivertwist.txt, thehappyprince.txt. So they want us to input a file name and then click on read. So, for example, if we copy definecomedy.txt into here, then we click on read, then we see here that it looks like the file has been loaded up. So because the file has been loaded up, this means that we're supplying the names of files directly to the web application. So we're supplying the names of files on the web application to the web application, which is probably an indication that there's a security flaw in here. So it's a security flaw that we learned about today. Remember when we were talking about this thing? Local file inclusion? So what we need to do is we need to do local file inclusion attack to read flag.txt. So it says we know that the website files live in user/user/share/nginx/html. So what we need to do is we need to craft a local file inclusion payload to escape from user share nginx HTML and read flag.txt. So let's think about this. So we know that our directory is here. Hey man, type 2 dots. Yeah, 2 dots for sure. So to escape from this directory, we would have to give ... So 1 for each one of these directories. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And the last thing we need to do is we need to supply the location of the flag. And we know that the flag is /flag. SysOS says, for those who want to know, Artemis 2 just splashed down safely. Thank you for letting us know, SysOS. Thank you. Okay, so flag.txt. So if we copy this, we should be able to, well, before we do this, let's just prove that we've got local file inclusion. So we prove local file inclusion by doing .. to password, etc. password, like this. We click on read, and we're able to read this file. That proves that we have local file inclusion. So to read the flag, we would supply this payload right here. So what if the web app filters ... So if the web app filters ... we would have to find some way to bypass the filter. Well, I mean, we're not really teaching filter bypass in this lesson, but there's a bunch of different techniques you can do for filter bypass. Let's see, Payload Playground probably has some good stuff for this. So Payload Playground is a web application you can use to build different payloads for different hacking attacks. But anyways, read the flag. This is the contents of the flag.txt file. So we can copy this, and we can supply this to the challenge to complete the challenge. Okay, so before we go, let's review the things that we learned in today's lesson. Where are we? Here. Okay, so the first thing we learned today was about source code analysis. So source code analysis is the process of analyzing the code of a piece of software with the goal of deeper understanding regarding its function. It is a common technique used in software security testing, but it requires that the software source code be readily available. So you might think that this is a very rare occurrence, but if you do web app security testing, a lot of the time, if you're doing it legitimately, of course, the client will often include the source code for the application that you're testing. And in that way, you can do a lot of source code analysis to figure out what might be vulnerable before touching the app at all. We also learned about URL parameters, which are variables attached to the end of URLs. They're often used to send search queries to web servers, but they can also be used to retrieve other data as well. And we learned about local file inclusion. Local file inclusion is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. Okay, can you try command injection, something like echo test 123? I mean, in later levels we're going to be doing OS command injection, but these levels that we've been covering so far haven't covered it yet. I think we'll be talking about it on Wednesday of next week, because that's the next time we're going to be doing the web app education workshop. LFI vulnerabilities are typically identified when file names appear in URL parameters when accessing web pages. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool web exploitation workshop, we'll continue learning web exploitation skills with the Natus CTF. Okay, so I think in the next class we're going to be talking about OS command injection, and we might, so OS command injection and like filter bypass in the next class. Anyways, let's finish this topic. Topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Topic 5 is on deck. Okay, so the next thing we're doing is we're doing EchoCTF. So we're doing EchoCTF CTF box challenges, and I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the escape rooms. So they've got a network on EchoCTF, and if you're interested in joining us, everything on, well, most things on EchoCTF you can get for free. And it's are you using a CPN? VPN, a VPN. I'm not using a VPN to broadcast, because using a VPN to broadcast is very, what is the word? Resource intensive. So I don't think I'd be able to run my entire live stream through a VPN. But we are going to be using a VPN to access the EchoCTF private network. Okay, so what are we doing? The escape rooms network. Okay, so I think we've done quite a few of these targets already. Okay, so we've done like 4 of these targets, and we're going to be doing the prison break machine next. So let's go ahead and VPN into the network first. Oh, I need to set my time limit. So 60 minutes for this. Okay, so platform access over here. Mr. Frog, I am currently taking a week off from learning to clear my mind. All right, hope you recover from studying. Okay, so all of my VPNs I keep in my VPN keys directory over here, and this one's going to be for EchoCTF. So in order to access EchoCTF's private network, we need to use a VPN software. In this case, is going to be OpenVPN. So let's see if we can access their network. So we'll know that we're connected to their network if we have an extra interface, a networking interface. So we got ton 0. So this is going to be our IP address on the EchoCTF network here. Okay, so we're probably connected. So the machine we want to access is the prison break machine here. So let's go ahead and start it up. So escape the prison cell escape from the prison 1 cell at a time. Great. We will power up the target. What can happen if a VPN key is stolen? So if a VPN key is stolen, then people can access the private network as your account. They can access the network as your account, and then they can, well, if they were to do like naughty things, then the people who own the network are going to see your VPN key. Okay, so this should be started up now. It is on this IP address. So we're just going to copy it, and then we're going to start our scanning. 18 flags. 18 flags. Geez, that's a lot of flags. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do an Nmap scan. And we're going to scan the IP address. Someone was an eager beaver. 18 flags, Jesus. Okay, so we got port 22, and I'm guessing that there's going to be a port 80 as well. I don't see port 80, so it might be on a non-standard port. We'll come back to this in just a sec. Okay, so let's see. 14 other flags, 2 system flags, an environment flag, and a root flag. Updated my Kali after 6 months, and they fixed the cursor on typing and resize. Oh, okay. I think I saw some sort of problems with that as well before. Okay, let's put on some new music. How about some XCOM 2? Okay, so it says try to escape from every cell. Last cell grants root access. Every cell has a flag with username and password for the current user. You can SSH directly to a specific cell with the provided details to continue in case you stop your escape midway. Okay, we're not given any usernames or passwords, so we can't access SSH directly. So the first thing we're going to do is we have to identify some port that we can access the server from. Oh, we've got port 111337. So we got the delete port here. Okay, so let's try accessing this IP address on the lead port. (1337). What is this? This is not your typical response. Port 22 is SSH. You can probably do a dictionary attack. A dictionary attack? I mean, we could do like a brute force attack on SSH if we had. Music should be RC Pro-Am, the classic game. Do you have the copyright for that? I mean, I'm not too sure. I need to check. I need to do like a pre-check for all the music I play on YouTube. Otherwise, you know, I could get in trouble with them. Okay, so well, I mean, this looks like these are request headers, HTTP request headers. And what is this stuff we're getting back? Boom Pack, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. So let's see, more. Oh, this is the more. Are we looking at, are we running the more command? This might dump us directly into a more command. Alright, so if it dumps us directly into a more command, then we might be able to escape from this. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay, tried the netcat. Yeah, we can try the netcat. So remote access. So netcat to 1337. And okay, so it looks like we're directly in the more command now. So inside the more command, well, this is probably the man command. So we're in the middle of the man pages. So we could probably look up how to do privilege escalation with the man command. It's from like GTFO bins. So GTFO bins is a repository where you can look up privilege escalation techniques for Linux binaries. In this case, I think we want to look at the man command. So we want to get a shell. So this function can be performed by any unprivileged user. The executable can be used to read data from files. Can we do like exclamation point bin bash? It works! We can just do exclamation point bin bash to run a command in the middle of this thing. Okay, so great. Who am I? We're cell 1. We're the cell 1 user. So we just managed to break into the prison, I guess. So we can, and we got a flag. So the flag inside this directory here, let's just copy it and supply it to the challenge. Okay, that is the correct challenge. Great. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get the... Is this the password? Hold on. Okay. So every cell has a flag with username and password for the current user. Username and password for the current user. Every cell. So what the heck? So it should be one. Is this the password? Is this the password for cell 1? Let's try logging in with SSH. So like SSH cell 1 at that IP address. What was the IP address here? Okay, so we just need the password. So we'll try submitting the flag as the password. Okay, so that wasn't the password. Is there anything else? This seems really weird as like a... Yeah. Oh well, that's fine. Let's see if we can get access to the next user. So sudo L. So cell 2 with no password we can access bin more. So bin more is, I thought we were just using bin more to break out of the previous one, but maybe not. So as usual, we can go over to GTFO bins and see if there's some sort of privilege escalation technique that's known for the more command. So we got something for, yeah, we can use the same technique. So exclamation point bin bash. Okay, so we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. So we're going to take a little water break. So while the water break goes on, I'll put on another bird video. Okay, so we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy this bird video. This guy's going to chow down on some seeds. Okay, and I think we are back. So we can just do exclamation point bin bash. Sam FRR, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Okay, so we do sudo cell2, sudo user cell2 bin more. Bin more. So bin more, we need to run it with some sort of file. And I guess we'll run it with sudo u cell2 bin more. And we'll read like etc password. Okay, so we're in the middle of more right now. So in the middle of execution, we can do exclamation point / bin bash. Okay, and now we're the cell 2 user because we managed to successfully break out of the more command. So we'll move into our home directory and we've got our password. Okay, so let's copy this. Just check that we're here. Okay, and we got our flag, and when we have our flag, we can give this emote. This one right here. Okay, let's copy that flag and submit it. And I'm just going to check to see if this is the password for the cell 2 user. Okay, we submitted that flag. Great. So the next thing we need to do is you can SSH directly to the specific cell with the provided details. Provided details. What are the provided details, though? Let's try submitting the flag as the password for this user, cell 2. That was not the right password. So what is the password? Maybe it's in the environment? Nope. No password here. So they said that there would be oh, maybe we're supposed to read this. Hold on. Let's give it a try. Okay, awesome. So we can actually get direct access to cell 2, and I'd rather log in legitimately because if we log in legitimately, we've got a better shell. So let's get out of here. Okay. Okay, awesome. We've got a nice SSH shell. And how are we supposed to become the next user? So we can access cell 3 with less. I mean, more and less are... It's the same privilege escalation method, I'm pretty sure. So if we go over to GTFO bins and we look up less, it's the same thing. We just do exclamation point bin bash or bin sh, whatever it is. So sudo as user cell 3 user bin less on etc password, and then in the middle of execution of this we can escape using like exclamation point bin bash and then become the cell 3 user over here. Exclamation point bin bash, and now we're cell 3. Okay, cool. Permission denied. So this is the next flag. Let me copy that. And we might as well collect the usernames for each one of these users, just in case we get disconnected. So we'll submit our flag. Okay, that was a successful submission. And let's try reading this file. So cell 3, this is the password. Let's just record these credentials. Okay, so we got this saved out. Okay, and let's go back. So we're now the cell 3 user. So we need to we need to do Nmap. So Nmap is a common like network security tool. So we need to do Nmap. I'm pretty sure Nmap is on GTFO bins as well. Yeah. So Nmap, we've got a shell function here as well. So this function can be performed by any unprivileged user. So Nmap interactive, so we can start up the interactive mode and then run additional system commands inside of the interactive mode, which lets us escape. So exclamation point bin bash again. All right, so sudo u cell4 user bin nmap and activate the interactive mode. So it's -- interactive. Unrecognized option interactive. Did I spell that incorrectly? Maybe the interactive mode isn't on this version of Nmap. Yeah, I don't see it here. I wonder if it's on my Kali Linux one. Nmap interactive. Unrecognized option interactive. So it's not here. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure I've used version requirements version 2.02 to 5.21. 2.02 to 5.21. I mean, it could be that the version of Nmap doesn't qualify here. Let's check. Okay, so nmap -- version. So the version is 7.4. So this isn't the version with interactive, I guess, so we can't use it. I'm pretty sure I've used Nmap as a privilege escalation vector on another machine, so let me try searching for that on my in my write-ups. Just a second. I can't search for Nmap in my write-ups because it appears in every single one. Let's do a search. Nmap privilege escalation. Okay, so let's see. Linux privilege escalation techniques. Interactive mode vulnerability in Nmap. So we're not looking at interactive mode. Oh, the other thing that we could do is like Nmap scripts. And if we run an Nmap script with the shell command, then we can get privilege escalation that way. All right, so let's ask Perplexity, because I don't remember how to write Nmap scripts. Want to do privilege escalation on a CTF with the Nmap binary. How can we write a script file for Nmap with a bin bash payload to elevate privileges? Okay. So to elevate privileges with Nmap in a CTF, you would typically abuse the Nmap scripting engine. When the Nmap has the SUID bit set, or is allowed via sudo, you can write a custom.nse Lua script that calls ls.execute bin bash. Okay, so echo this out to temp.priv.nsc. Alright. This creates a Lua script, and then run nmap with your script. If nmap is set as this script, yeah. Okay, so let's go back, and we'll write this out to temp.priv.nsc. Okay, and then we'll run nmap with the script temp.priv.nsc, and we got access as cell 4. So we managed to do another... Uh-oh, this doesn't work. We can't see anything. We can't see anything that we're typing. That's okay. That's okay. We can, let's read... The terminal's kind of screwed up. Reset? I mean, it's okay. We'll just log back in as the cell 4 user. Okay, cell 4. The reset command. It's fine. We got access to cell 4. Anyways, let's submit the flag. So this is the flag for the cell 4 user. Go back up and bam. And we're getting a lot of use out of the flag emote. There you go. Alright, next user. So the next user we're targeting is the cell 5 user. How many cells are there? So there's 14 cells. We are far from finished. Alright, let's figure out what the next one is. So sudo l. So cell 4 may run the following commands on Prison Break. As cell 5, we can run the awk command. Harish, hello, nice to see you here. I want to start cybersecurity. I know some basics, but it's been a year. Where can I restart? Yeah, we've got a website. Over here, just click on the link. We also have a bunch of education resources you can take a look at as well. Over here. And thanks you, Project. Thank you. I mean, I'm not really a genius. I'm just, you know, I've just been doing these exercises for a long time, so I've got a sense for how to do some of these. So privilege escalation using awk. I'm pretty sure I've done this one before, but we can look it up over on good old get out bins. Awk. So awk, we've got a shell function. So this function can be performed by any unprivileged user. So awk begin system bin sh or bin bash. Mock. Why does it say mock again? I'm pretty sure we did this on a previous box. So something like... So I prefer to use bin bash instead of bin sh when I can. This would be like sudo user cell 5. Like this. Awk is the language. Mock is the interpreter, I think. We looked at this. We looked this up last time. I don't remember the answer. And now we're cell 5. Okay. Okay, so as cell 6 we can use, we can run bin find. But before we do that, let's submit the flag. So the flag is here. let me get the username and password for this user as well. So cell5 is this password. Okay, and let's submit this flag. Okay, Cypher says, I've been job searching for IT for years since graduating. Trying to network didn't help. Trying to network didn't help. Really? So Cypher, have you been to your local cybersecurity meetups? Searching for a job in IT for years. What are your qualifications, Cypher? And what kind of job are you aiming for? Let us know. Okay, so Sol5 and this password here. So we've got no password sudo with find. I'm pretty sure I've done, you can run commands in the middle of find. So with the exec parameter. They should have it in UTF-8 bins as well. Find. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Selvamelumalai. Let me know if I pronounced that correctly. So shell find exec bin sh quit. So yeah, you can execute commands in the middle of your find command. And in this case, we can do like bin bash to get privilege escalation. So you'd run a command kind of similar to sudo u cell6 find exec bin bash. Cypher says, I majored in software engineering and database management and analytics. Okay, and what kind of positions are you applying for, Cypher? And have you been networking in your local cybersecurity meetups? Are there like tech meetups in your town, in your city? I've met employers at IT meetups, but they aren't interested in hiring me. I think the other thing you should do is you should start doing some volunteer work. So, I mean, going to the tech meetups is only the first part. The other part of it is making yourself a good community member. Because if you're a good community member, the people in the community are more likely to help you. You can't just go up to a community and ask for help. You need to prove to the community that you're a good community member first. Permission denied. Okay, so we can't do it in this directory. I guess we'll do it in the / directory. Uh-oh. Failed to change directory. I guess I'm gonna have to quit out of this. So cell5, let's move into a directory we know we have permissions to. Okay, let's try running the thing again. In this directory. Now we're cell 6. So now we've got access to cell 6. Perfect timing. Wreckage. Hello, nice to see you here. Or Rec 13. Rec, what is this? Laser Helix, I saw your lives recommended to me all the time, and this is the first time I stopped by. Honestly, great advice and great stream. Thank you very much, Laser Helix. And the music is hyping me up as I give motivational, logical advice. I mean, I try. So, Sick in the Mind says you can't approach like a shark smelling blood in the water. You gotta play the long game. Talk about real interest in projects that you're doing relevant to the field. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do like networking, you need to get to know the people in the community. You can't just if the people think that you're just there to have them help you, that's a pretty bad feeling. So you need to become a good community member first. Which university did you graduate from? I graduated from an art university, so it's not exactly related to IT stuff. But I did go to university. It just wasn't for computers. Oh, okay. Second Mind says, the other thing about networking is not awkwardly making the entire encounter about your search for work. Yeah. Definitely, you can talk about how you're looking for work, but you can't monopolize the conversation just talking about how you're looking for work and if they can help you look for work. You need to actually form connections with the people at the meetup. Okay, so we're now cell 6. Let's read the flag and get the password for the current user. Okay, this is cell 6 password. And let's submit that flag. Okay, here we go. Punch in the flag. Reckies. Okay. Sorry, for some reason I wanted the name to be Wreckage, but welcome in. Okay, so cell 6. Oh, we've got Vim. Okay, so Vim is a classic privilege escalation. So inside of Vim, you can set you can set a shell variable, and then you can run the shell variable to get yourself your shell access. So I'm pretty sure the technique is documented over at GTFO bins as well. So this is regular Vim shell. Let's see. This function can be performed by any unprivileged user. Vim C pi? No. So I remember that the privilege escalation looks something like shell equals bin bash, and then run shell. But I mean, I could be mistaken. Let's let me give it a try. So back here, sudo u cell 7 user bin vim just run it, and then we do shell equals bin bash, and then exclamation point shell. Nope, apparently that's not the way you do it. Let me think about this. Or maybe this was the one for Vi and not Vim. Although they should be basically the same. Yeah, so something like colon exclamation point bin sh. So, or set shell is the thing I was thinking of. So set shell and then run shell. So colon set. Let's try this. Colon set. Or is it colon set shell equals bin bash? And then after that, shell. Okay, this isn't working for us. Oh, we're in insert mode. Never mind. We're in insert mode, so we can't do any of this stuff. Yeah, we should escape. Set shell equals bin bash. And then shell. Oh, why did it go back into insert mode? Colon shell? Okay, colon shell works. Okay, we're now cell 7. Wait, who am I? We're cell 7, okay. So it worked. So we got ETSCT, okay, ETSCTF. Let's get the password for this level. So this is a whole privilege escalation course in a box. So cell 7, this is the password. Okay, and then let's submit the flag. So we might, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to get to cell 14, which is the end of the entire box, inside of an hour, but we can try our best. Okay, that was a successful flag submission. Cell 7, okay. So cell 7, we got Lynx. Lynx is a terminal web browser? A terminal web browser, I'm pretty sure. So which Lynx? So user bin Lynx, Lynx -- version, unknown option versions, Lynx help. So if this is this, there are a couple of programs named Lynx in Linux. So if this is the one I'm thinking of, then we should be able to open up a shell. Browser, yeah. I mean, there are a couple of browsers called Lynx. We just need to make sure that it's the correct one. Okay, so cell 8, user bin Lynx. Sudo user cell 8. Lynx is better. Lynx is better than Lynx? You don't say. Anyways, we got an ad running on Twitch. So we're just going to take a little break and put on some birds. How about these birds? So there's a happy little robin. Where is it? Where are you, Robin? There you are. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Man, these birds are so entertaining. Alright, let's put the birds away. We'll get back to the hack in action. Okay, so sudo u cell 8 user bin Lynx. So welcome to Lynx. Okay, so we got Lynx. To display the menu, click escape or click on the top line in the menu. Okay, so we can click on escape, and I think there's a shell capability inside here. So there's an OS shell that we can execute here inside of the Lynx program. So I don't know if this is documented in GTFO bins. I'm pretty sure this one might not be, but we'll try looking it up. Where is it? Lynx file read. They only have this. I mean, this is probably the other version of Lynx as well. So the result is displayed as a TUI interface. So this is the first one of, well, it's the first one for this exercise where the solution's not in GTFO bins. So the reason I know this privilege escalation is because I've done another exercise where I need to do privilege escalate from the same thing. So you can select OS shell, and it'll give you an interactive shell here. So we're now cell 8. Move into the home directory and read the flag. Okay, so let me just grab the credentials for cell 8 first. Okay, Almavar Smith, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, and then we'll copy the flag and submit this. Here. Okay, so I mean, if you didn't know about the privilege escalation technique for links, I'm pretty sure it's documented on the official, like, it's put in the official documentation for this thing as well. So Linux links browser documentation. Okay. So the official documentation is here, links user documentation, on this really old-fashioned looking website. And I'm pretty sure there's something in here called, like, shell? OS shell. So you can see here, OS shell. So this function is active only in text mode. It opens a trapdoor to the command line of your operating system. So this is how you would find out about the OS shell function inside of links if you didn't know about it. So I mean, a lot of hacking is about researching, finding out how to find, learning how to find the answers. Of course, that's easier said than done. I've done like an exercise involving the links binary already, but finding it the first time is tough. Okay, so next, did I submit this flag? Let me try submitting it again. Okay, we've already submitted that one. Great. So the next level is level 9. SysOS, they've got the command you were looking for, user bin links. Okay, let me see if I can find this one on GTFO bins. No matches. All right. I don't think I've done this one before. Linux links command. Okay, it's a highly customizable terminal-based web browser for Linux and other Unix-like systems. And they've got the man page over here. So the man page, this might have information about starting a shell here as well. Shell. Disallow shell escapes. Disallow shell escapes. We don't want that. We want to enable shell escapes. Okay, suspend disallow Unix control Z suspends with escape to shell. Okay, but what if we just search for privilege escalation? Links. Browser. Privilege escalation. Okay, there's ransomware called links. That's great. Okay, so let's try links help. Disable telnets hotkeys. Yeah, maybe. Let's try just running the program and just testing it a bit. So sudo user cell9 user bin links. Okay, alert unable to connect to remote host. Unable to connect to remote host, can't start file. So do we need to supply this command with the file? Maybe like HTTP something something localhost? Unable to connect to remote host. Let's go into the man pages. Okay, load any local file or remote URL specified in the command line. I mean, I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to get like a file that it can read. So maybe echo test to temp test.txt and then try running links on that. Temp test.txt. Okay, we're here. So we're inside. Options. The hotkeys we got. It's like, is this like Control O? Arrow keys to move. Q to quit. You're already at the first document. So this is the document here. How do we access the? So is it like Alt M or Control? So Alt O? Nope. Alt O? No. What are the hotkeys here? Hotkeys or shortcuts? Just O? Is it just O? Maybe. Capital O? Okay. That was it. That was it. Thank you. Thank you, SysOS. Okay, so options menu. Okay, editor, Emacs, keyboard input. So is there an option to escape to shell? There's a lot of options here. So visit pages. Maybe we can do Control Z. No, Control Z doesn't give us a shell as cell 9. Foreground. So this is the options menu, page 3 of whatever. Page 4 of 4. Okay, so let's get out of here and go to the main menu, main screen. How do we escape from here? Like, do you really want to go to the main screen? Yes. Are we not on the main screen? Okay, so we're on the main screen now. And we have help. We got go, main screen, quit. Search. RMS is Splashdown, so they are back. Awesome, awesome. Okay, why don't we try asking our good friend the AI about this? Okay, I am still doing a CTF. We need to use the Lynx browser in Linux to privilege escalate. What will give us a shell in the middle of execution of Lynx? Okay, I think it found something. So to get a shell while Lynx is running for privilege escalation, you would jump into the vi vim editor and then escape into the shell. So run Lynx with the custom editor. Oh, we have to specify it? Press E instead of Lynx to enter edit mode. This launches vi, and then in vi do bin bash. Okay, I mean, E for the edit mode? E. No editor is defined. Oh, there's no editor defined, so I guess we need to define the editor? Okay. So we do need to define the editor. How do we do that? Define the editor over here. Okay. Oh. I copied too much. Thank you very much, Noob Gaming CS2 for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so this... Does this work? So E for edit. Error responding editor, your editor definition in the options menu. Check your editor definition in the options menu. So I don't think... Oh, vi not found. So where is vi? So vi is in user bin vi, so it's the wrong directory. Okay, I think we just need to change our directory to user bin vi, and then it'll work. So E, we're now in the editor, and then we can do... What was that? Privilege escalation. So the same privilege escalation. Colon, exclamation point, bin bash. Now we are cell 9. Okay, great. Great, great, great. And let's grab that password first. So the password should be in here. Let's record this password for cell 9. And so just because this was a bit novel, I'm gonna record the method we use for privilege escalation here. And we'll put it under cell 8 in our notes. Okay. Almavar Smith, hello. When the Linux starts up, you can edit the group and change Linux to start up to inject a init bin bash to gain access. A classic. Skyrenbrook, hello. Nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're currently doing level 9, and let me just submit this flag first. Okay, so we're now doing bin zip. So zip, I mean, zip is a pretty typical binary on Linux systems. Let's see if we've got an entry for GTFO bins. Oops. So regular zip has a shell function, of course. Okay, this executable can spawn an interactive shell. So, I mean, I'm guessing that when you're running your zip command, you can run other commands in between. So, let's see. Zip path to temp file, etc. hosts. T-T bin sh. You could zip a directory and then unzip it. Physical access. Physical access? I mean, if you got physical access, then you own that thing, right? Okay, let's see if we can craft our payload. Dang, we've run out of time. Let's complete this level first, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Sudo ucell10. Cell 10 is the next user, right? Yeah, okay. So cell 10, zip path to temp file. I mean, we created a temp test.txt file, so I guess we could use that. And then supply command. We like bin bash. Okay, let's see if this works. Warning ending, zip warning ending and missing end signatures. So this didn't work out for us. So temp file. Yeah, should probably check out what T and double T does. Okay, let's figure it out. Over at shell explain shell. Okay. Okay, so what does this do? -T is test. Test the integrity of the new zip file. If the check fails, the old zip is unchanged and no input files are removed. Okay, so I'm assuming that we need to give it a zip file. So if we don't have a zip file, we can't do this command. So -T is use the command cmd instead of the unzip tqqt to test an archive with the -T option. Okay, on Unix. So in the command, this is replaced by the name of the temporary archive. Otherwise, the name of the archive is appended at the end of the command. The return code is checked for success, 0 on Unix. Try to test the file by running the command. Try to test the file by running the command. The example we have over here indicates that we can do the command. I think what we're missing right now is we're missing a zip file. Let's see if I can get an example zip file. Okay, we got a bunch of .zip files. I wonder which one is nice and small. So example zip files. Or we can just create a zip file really quick. Let's see. echo test to test.txt, and then du from the file. Let's just get an example like zip. Linux zip example. I just need the syntax of the command. Okay, so zip archive.zip, so the name of the thing. Okay, let's give this a go. So source file is going to be test.txt, and we're going to create test.zip. Okay, and then we just need to create the file on our test environment. So cat test.zip base64 encoded, and then we can create a copy of this file on the server. Oh, you know what? Is this gonna work? Let's give it a try. cd temp nano test.b64. Put this in, and then cat test.64. I forgot to put the b. Pipe it into base64 decode and put it out to test.zip. File test.zip. There's no file. Okay, so we've got test.zip. This will probably work for our purposes. So let's run our privilege escalation command on test.zip. Permission denied. Cannot create output file test.zip. Could not create output file. We don't have permissions in this file, in this directory. That's weird. We should, I mean, we've created files in this directory already. Why would we not be able to create this output file? So zip this thing. Or maybe we're supposed to provide like the text file. Zip file structure invalid. So we are supposed to give it a zip file. But when we tried to give it a zip file, it said IO permission denied. What about dev shm? Yeah, I'm not sure. Or maybe we need to replace etc hosts with something else. So etc hosts we'll replace with temp txt, and we'll do zip.zip. I don't know. It works. It worked. Okay. It was just a funny issue with the files that we were trying to input. So it didn't like that we were trying to use etc hosts or something. I'm not too sure, but we got access to cell 10. Let me record the command that we used, and then we will move on to the last activity today. So this worked. So this was for cell 9. Okay, so we'll record the password for cell 10 so that when we come back later, we can go directly to cell 10. Okay, Cell10's password is this. Let's get the flag. And submit it to EchoCTF. Done. Okay, everybody, let's move on to the last portion of today's stream. So it's 6:25 right now, so we got about 2 hours that we can spend on this last thing. Using the zip escalation PID live on cell 9, join a session to tell cell 10. I mean, I'm not too sure why it didn't work, but it's okay. I can figure it out a little bit later when I do some better documentation. Okay, so we're doing the last topic of today's stream. It is topic 5. Okay, so we're going to be taking a look at, well, let's get rid of some of the stuff we're not using right now. This PicoCTF stuff. We're using this platform over here. Thank you for the stream. Oh, no worries. We're not ending right now. We're just moving on to the last topic. Okay, so actually the other problem might be that we might not be able to read like etc hosts. Or maybe we need write access to etc hosts. Anyways, we're finished with this right now. Let's just get out of here. We have to exit like a bunch of times. Oh man. Exiting out of these programs is a chore in and of itself. Okay, we're done. All right, so we're going to be using this platform over here. It's called StandOff365. It's a very popular Russian CTF platform. They actually have their own like in-person CTF event they do every year. I was introduced to it by like a Russian CTF DEF CON winner. So we did an interview with her earlier on the YouTube channel. I think I can get that. This was one of those earlier lives from, I think it was like January. Let me see if I can find it. How many months ago would that have been? Like 3 months ago? So this is New Year's Eve stuff. Where did I put that thing? Is it IoT hacking? Oh, you know where I can find it? I can probably find it over at my GitHub. Because I've got all of my interviews here. Okay, what did the loopback refer to? So loopback is a special like networking interface. So this is the third interview we did with Yanko. Yanoke Kanoke. Yanoke, yeah. So this was done on December 22nd. So I gotta think to myself, how many months ago was that? So it was 4 months ago. Oh, this was before Christmas, yeah. let's see. Where is my interview? The interview, yeah, it's over here. Okay, so I was bothered because I couldn't find it. But anyways, if anybody's interested in listening to the interview we did with the DEF CON CTF winner, it's going to be in this live stream over here. And she introduced me to this platform called StandOff365. Thank you very much for following Lancer07. Thank you very much. And Persona Management. Oh, sorry, you were asking about the loopback interface. Okay, so on this platform over here, you can sign up for free. I mean, everything that we do is you can sign up for free generally. And what they have over here is they've got a special network called the Bootcamp Network. And the Bootcamp Network is, I think it's like 15 or 16 networked machines on the same network, networking range, and you can do pen testing against it. And it's actually a very interesting scenario because you can map out the relationships between all of these different hosts. So if I take a look at my etc host file, I've still got the information here from that particular network. So the Standoff network over here, we've mapped out 16 targets, 15 targets, and these are all connected together. They talk to each other. So we're going to be doing some exercises over here, and I think we were in the middle of trying to get our exploit to work on the library host over here. Pivoting? Yeah, there's pivoting on this network as well. I haven't gotten there yet. And the one interesting thing about this particular network is that you can do like post-exploitation stuff as well. So you can go in and you can dump all of the, what is it called? All of the hashes for all of the users, and you can try to crack them, and you can see if you can find like password reuse on other remote servers on the network. So there's a lot of fun stuff that can be had. I also heard that there's like phishing attacks, and there is also like a VPN key that you can steal to get access to another network that is off of this network. So there's a lot of stuff to do. I've only scratched the surface. This is, I mean, the stuff on this network is some of the stuff might be a little bit too advanced for me, but I mean, it's always fun to explore. Okay, so let me get my notes. So here we've got our write-ups for StandOff365 and the Bootcamp Network. Okay, so I've got a bunch of files and notes for this for the network here, and I think the one we're looking at is the library one. Where is it? Library is 233. Did we finish this one already? I guess I'll find out. Okay, it looks like we made web shells for this thing. We might have gotten access to this thing before. This is the problem with coming back to a challenge after months. I was keeping track of a bunch of notes in one of these files. Is it like networknotes.txt? Or like network overview, I think. Okay. Yeah. So this is all of my notes I've got for everything on the network. If you're a person who wants like a more advanced challenge, or like a longer challenge that you could sink your teeth into, I would highly recommend the bootcamp over at StandOff365. So after you're logged in, you want to follow this link over here. And I think what I need to do is I need to access the network first. So let's just access the network. So this is kind of an unusual VPN key because it asks for your password for this for the platform. So the username and password, let me get that. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mute my microphone while I type in my password. Just a second. Okay, we're back. So StandOff365, let's just get the password. Your microphone sounds what? You should adjust the OpenVPN file to have the credentials inside for stream. Oh, I mean, it's well, maybe that's a good point. What's my username on here? The Shy Hat? Okay, so now we're connected to the network. And let's take a look at what we're going to be doing for today. So we got critical event reports, and there's like a list, access and resources. You can download your VPN configuration file over here, and then what else? Bootcamp. Okay, overview critical events. So critical event, I think this is what they're referring to. They refer to all the challenges on these targets. Lawnster, hello, nice to see you here. What are you going to hack? So we're hacking stuff on this platform over here. It's called StandOff365.com. If you want to give it a try yourself, most of the stuff here you can do completely for free. And remote execution on library at edu.stf. So the nice thing about this is that it lets you know what kind of vulnerabilities there are in the different targets. So local privilege escalation, sure. Local file inclusion on edu. I think we've done this already. Local privilege escalation. Server-side request forgery. Server-side request forgery on util.edu.stf. I don't think I've done this one, so we might want to focus on this one today. So, utils, where is that one? So it looks like utils is 10.124.1.237. We can try to access this via the web. Okay, we got our PDF converter. Convert any HTML file to PDF. I think I've smashed my head against the wall with this challenge for a while. So it's a PDF converter. We need to get it to do server-side request forgery. Here. So server-side request forgery on utils.edu.stf. So there's server-side request forgery, and there's also remote code execution. let me see if I can get my notes for this. So this is utils. So I don't have very much here. So I know there's an info.php here. PHP is version 7.3.19. On this target, there are only 2 ports open. There's port 22 and there's port 80. And I know this is a PDF converter. So, I mean, I've heard that PDF converters are ripe targets for specific vulnerabilities. Let's see what else I have for this. So this is 237. So what do I have for this? I've got my GoBuster report. I don't think it found anything really. So there's index.html that we found, and info.php that we found. So there's an assets directory, a vendor directory, a temp directory, and a convert.php page. So the convert.php page, I'm assuming that's what converts things to PDF. So convert any HTML file to PDF. And the interesting thing about this is that we can feed in a URL. So if we can feed in a URL, then maybe that's the route we would take to do server-side request forgery. Yeah. Okay, so we need to figure it out. So I guess here what we can do is we can stand up a web server and we can get it to convert something on our end into a PDF. I guess that would count as a localhost service. So we'll call this tab util machine. And we'll give this, make it blue. So what can we do here? We can stand up a web server, maybe. Give it something that would need to be loaded from a local URL. Give it something that would need to be loaded from a local URL. Like localhost? HTTP localhost index.html. I don't think it liked that because it seems to be stuck. This is probably going to time out. Let's just create like a sample file. So we'll put into test.txt HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Whoops. We have to do that with some single quotes. Okay, and then we'll stand up the server. So Python m http.server on port 80. Okay, and then we got redirected to convert.php. Of course, we can't see anything here. Oh. Well, let's just go back. Okay. So we'll try accessing our test file on our server. We just need to figure out what our IP address is on here. So our IP address should be this one right here. So the thing would be HTTP this. What did we call it? Test.txt. So we'll try converting this. Yeah, okay. Let's feed it in. Okay, it worked. So we were able to get it to convert into a PDF file. Let's save this. Where's the save button? Save. So we'll save it to our Redux directory. And what is this host? So it's like 236, I'm pretty sure. Okay, save it. Oh, this was 237. Darn it. Okay, let's copy it over then. Move. Okay, so this is the PDF file that we got from the web application. So the next thing we need to do is let's take a look at the metadata for this. So the producer is mpdf. mpdf, so this might be some vulnerable software. Some people hacked a YouTube channel. They're running live crypto promotion live stream. How is this possible? I mean, I'm not too sure, Skyblue. I haven't taken a look at it myself. So mpdf version 8.0.10. This might be the way in. So let's search and see if there's something associated with this. No results. So mpdf. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is the way in. Let me do a little bit more research. Um, 2008. Oh, is that the CVE? Alvermar Smith? Okay, so based on recent reports, MPDF versions up to and including 8.0.10 are susceptible to a remote code execution vulnerability due to insecure processing of SVG images. Yeah. Okay, so while some reports suggest it is a bypass of security controls introduced for vulnerable vulnerabilities, so CVE 2019. But let me take a look at that CVE as well, Avamar. So what is this? Oh, the version is 7.1.6. It means a more recent version. Okay, so what we have here is that there's an RCE, vulnerability due to insecure processing of SVG images, and they've got RCE via malicious SVG and MPDF by Brun. So the CVE is 2019, this number right here. And let me copy this. We'll take a look at the blog article as well. This was published last year though. Okay, MPDF is an open source PHP library for generating PDFs from HTML. Okay, so what I'm looking for is like a proof of concept. All POCs are available on this GitHub repository with Docker setups. Docker setups, okay. Image source, malicious SVG. So if the app runs an environment which can make outside network requests, the attacker can fetch the SVG from the internet. Okay, so what kind of payload are we supposed to be using? So the GitHub repository, let's take a look. NPDF POCs, so POC, proof of concept. And they've got an SVG FAR RCE. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, how to run. It requires Python to be installed. Run the vulnerable target. Execute the POC. So Python 3 run poc.py. What does it do? What are we doing? We're doing a challenge. Well, we're doing a series of challenges over here from StandOff365.com. These are some more advanced challenges from their Bootcamp Network. Is it free? Yeah, it is. It is free. Hold on. Can I? Can we make this bigger? So what's going on? Okay, try to learn. No worries. So what we want to do is we want to create a malicious SVG file. Okay, how to run requires Python to be installed. Execute the proof of concept. This doesn't give me very much. Maybe what we should be doing is we should just be checking for the CVE number. And we'll check for some other GitHub repositories that might have something regarding this. So CVE, this thing, GitHub. Unsafe deserialization? I don't think... Are we dealing with unsafe deserialization? RCE via malicious SVG and MPDF? Analysis and exploit details. Phone PM. Arbitrary code execution in the library. Okay, and 8.0.10 is the exact version on the server. You see on the PDF info version, depending on the MDDF version, there could be some different versions. I mean, the other thing about this particular case is that we have access to, what is it called? The PHP info page. Or is it like info.php? Yeah, so we got this, and what we can do is we can look up the MPDF module. MPDF? No, we can't see it here. PDF? Nope. This is the version of PHP. So it doesn't tell us... I wonder if it tells us about other modules that are loaded in. MPDF doesn't show up. Module? Additional modules. So it doesn't tell us about any modules here. Nothing at all. Yeah, nothing about installed modules. I thought the SVG was there in the GitHub repo. I mean, are we using POC.svg? Okay, I mean... So copy raw file, download raw file. You know what we can do? We can just clone this repository, maybe? Yeah. Where's that clone function? MPDS POCs, where we got clone here. Scalar vector graphics have magic inside. Magic inside. Magic, I say. Okay, and then we'll... Ooh, let's get clone inside of here. So we put it into here. And I think we're interested in taking a look at the RCE. So the SVG file POC. We also have POC.py, like a Python script that, I mean, is it generating the SVG inside of here? Okay, so this is the vulnerable SVG file. So we want it to read this. Yeah, the strange thing is, if this is supposed to be some sort of RCE vulnerability, where are the system commands? Maybe the system commands are in another file. var www html poc far.png test.txt test.txt. poc far.png is in here. I wonder, so I mean the SVG file, it's not really going to have too much metadata associated with it, is it? Yeah, nothing really here. What about the far.png file? Unsupported file type. So the PNG file. Can you run strings on it? This is just the stuff we knew about, yeah. Oh, this kind of yeah. Okay. So this is some sort of insecure. What is it called again? Insecure deserialization. I mean, it says I don't have much time to watch your live videos, but one day I'll surely binge all of your live videos. Thank you, Amit. So we got data s pwned, data s pwned, and it writes it out to test.txt. So this writes something out to test.txt, and then let's take a look at the POC Python script. When PHP is on the web, it integrates into other PHP OpenShell. Not completely sure. So import requests. So we're taking a look at trigger far RCE. This is a function inside of the Python script. Pwn file does not exist. RCE successful pwned file accessed. Pwn file not found. So I guess the proof of concept in this case is to create a file. To create a file called pwned. If we can create a file called pwned, that's the proof of concept. That indicates that the exploit worked, right? Trash Dragon says, can we not copy the SVG code snippet to our HTML file and host it in localhost and send that URL to the website to convert? Yeah, maybe. It's just that I just want to understand exactly what's going on before I move forward. Let's take a look at the README. How to run. It requires Python to be installed. Run the vulnerable target. So Docker build this thing, sure. Then execute the POC. Run Python poc.py. Expected output is output.png. Oh, expected output is inside of the PNG file. So output.png is not part of the POC. It's just part of the this thing over here. Where is it? Yeah, so this is the file here. Execute the POC and our expected output should look a little bit like this. PNG is the PNG is the exfiltrated data. Maybe. The PNG file, I don't think the PNG file, I think what we're looking for is the output over here. Because the README says, oh no, output.png is no, this is not it. So the POG SVG file is here. POC far.png. Let's try opening this. Oh wow, it tried to open up with LibreOffice. Okay, so this wasn't a real PNG file. Okay, I mean it's a proof of concept. Strings. Yeah. So this is the thing that we're supposed to host, I think. Elf to PNG? Maybe. Thank you very much, the Chip Stackers, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Are you able to use the computer without a mouse? What are we talking about? So the PNG here, this is part of the payload. So the POC.svg and the POC.png. And for some reason we got an index.php over here as well. We've got a PHP we've got a PHP script that generates an PHAR file. Let's take a look at all these things. Okay, vulnerability class, PHAR, new PHAR, POC, POC.PHAR. It's not created in here yet. So add test.txt. Object is pwned. Okay, and then we've got our index.php page here. Vulnerable class. Okay, so this is PHP insecure deserialization, and through the insecure deserialization we can get the RCE going. So I've seen something kind of similar to this over at the what is it called again? Portswigger Labs. So Portswigger Web Security. Insecure deserialization is not it's not a beginner level topic. Let's see if I can find it here. Insecure deserialization. So if you're interested in learning more about this topic, here's the link. And I'm pretty sure I did a bunch of write-ups for the labs over here as well. Where's my Portswigger? Here it is. So insecure deserialization and This is arbitrary object, so it's probably something closer to arbitrary object injection in PHP. So custom template.php. We can define the file that we're supposed to delete. Do you go live every day? No, I don't go live every day. I have to do a bunch of preparation work for my live streams. No worries, no worries. You're not disturbing at all. But we have a set schedule that you can find over here. So we publish our schedules every week over at this subreddit. And we also have a Discord if you're interested in Discord. Okay, so if we go back to the vulnerable application here, this converts HTML pages to PDF. So, according to the POC, what would we be feeding into this? Would we be feeding it the SVG file? The PNG file or something else? It's not going to be the output file. The output file is for demonstration on the GitHub. So I think it's going to be this PNG file here. Let's give it a try. So we'll stand up our, I think our web server is already stood up. Yeah, no. We should probably host this directory instead. So we got regex SSRF, we've got SVG local file read, we've got SVG far RCE. I mean, there are two possibilities here. There's the RCE one, and we've got the local file read. I think we might understand the vulnerability better if we take a look at the other POC. Okay, so this is local file read. So output PNG is not gonna, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. Let's take a look at the README. Start the simple web server on the local temp on the attacker machine, the host. And then so the Python POC here is going to take in so this is our local host that's referenced here. There's the remote server referenced here. And then there's a file that we want to read. Okay, the local IP has to be the attacker's IP address reachable from inside the container. the host is in the Docker network, and then it's supposed to look like something like this. So let's go back to the GitHub and take a look. So this is going to be the local file read. Huh. So in the POC, they're trying to access etc password. I mean, I don't see etc password here though. In the screenshot. No worries, Jackson America, no worries. Okay, so what does the POC Python script do? So it exfiltrates everything as some sort of base64 encoded string. Which processor is in your system? I mean, I've got my specs over here if you want to take a look. Specs. Index.php. I'm guessing index.php is the vulnerable application. Yeah, okay. Laptop is 13 years old. I mean, I'm sure you can get some good use out of even old hardware. So how do you run that file? poc.py. So local IP port, target IP port, local IP port, file or URL to leak. Target IP and the port, local IP and the port. So the local IP and the port is going to be... Is Austin here? @Val, hello. I'm not too sure if Austin is here. Okay, so the target IP and the port is this guy over here. So utils.edu.stf. I mean, they want the IP address though. So the IP address is this one right here. Let's just copy that. So we'll try the local file read first. Okay, how many types of Linux exist? I mean, I'm not too sure. You could probably get the answer. You can probably get a lot better answer from, you know, from somewhere else. Okay, so Python, poc.py, it's going to be, this is the target. So the target is here on port 80, and our IP address is this one over here. And I guess we've got a web server stood up here as well. Let's stand that up. Okay, heard many hackers and developers use Linux, and we can modify Linux, not just like Mac or Windows, we can modify our environment. How does hacking work, like code exploits, holes in code? How does hacking work? Advow, it's a pretty broad question. How does hacking work? Can you be a little bit more specific? Okay, so the file that we want to exfiltrate is, let's just go for like etc password, because it's a pretty common thing to get, and it's usually there. So port 80, port 80. Maybe what they're looking for is they're looking for the path to the MPDF application. Okay, is there holes in the code that make that exploitable? Is that how it works? I mean, I can talk about it very, very broadly up here. Why does hacking / exploits? What is hacking or exploits? Why do they work? Because of insecure code. So it's either insecure code or insecure settings in software. It's one of these two things. So vulnerabilities are introduced either through the insecure code or the insecure settings in the software. Okay, so this doesn't seem to be working. We're sending a post request to... Yeah. So we need to figure out where this application lives. So is this index.php? This is not index.php. This is index.html. Okay. So index.html has... Okay, how do you read secure code if possible? Are they 100% foolproof? I mean, the thing about software is the more complicated the software is, the more likely that there are going to be vulnerabilities introduced. The more complex the code is, the more likely there are insecurities in the code. Which IDE are you running? I'm not running any IDE. So this is index.html, but it looks like it's looking for... It was looking for index.php. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change... Oh, actually, wait. I think the actual conversion goes to convert.php. So we can try, yeah, we can try convert.php. So we'll change around the exploit script. So the URL is going to be going to convert.php. Save it out. Okay, M. Hossam, hello, nice to see you here. What does the convert function do in the server background? Well, I mean, the application is supposed to convert an HTML file into a PDF file. Okay, I mean, it's running, and it is making a post request to convert.php. I'm not too sure if I'm supposed to leave this running for a bit until it finishes. I'll just leave this running for a little bit. And I'm guessing that it's supposed to spit out like a TXT file at the end, or whatever file that we specified. Cannot blow up server with filter. Cannot blow up server with filter. Value error. So something. What is this supposed to do? It's supposed to exfiltrate a file from the web server to our local host. So what happened with our web server? So our web server, it wasn't touched. Local IP port, file or URL to leak. You know, it seems like concentration issues. Line 74 and 34. So 74 and 34, sure, let's take a look. So 34 is here, raise value error, and 74 is baseline blow up. Computing baseline to blow up server. Okay, let me, yeah, I think I'm going to take a look at background music. The background music is Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2. If you want to look it up. Was that the script trying to run its own server? Was the script trying to... Oh, was it trying to run its own server? I mean, if it was trying to run its own server, then we shouldn't be running our own server in the background. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, we'll just leave it running for a little bit here. In the meantime, I'm going to take a look at the POC. So this is the POC for the local file read. Run the vulnerable target. Start a simple web server in the local TMP on the attacker. Oh, yeah, we are supposed to start up a web server. So we're supposed to execute the proof of concept. So the MDPF server port, the local IP port, and then the file or URL to leak. File or URL to leak. The local IP has to be attacker's IP address reachable from inside the container. Okay. Where did I learn? I learned from the internet. So YouTube tutorials and mostly YouTube tutorials at first, but of course, you know, if you want to educate yourself on hacking topics, I've got a bunch of good resources over here. We got our value error. So I guess... So this is... So our IP here, let me just start up a web server on like a random port. Let's try 8888 because, you know, lucky numbers. And then we'll try running the same thing. Are we supposed to host a specific file on the... Are we supposed to host a specific file on the web server though? Dead After 2. Hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Okay, so HTTP, this thing, port 80 post to convert.php, 200 none. What is the none here supposed to indicate? This is my second stream, but I'm loving it so far. No file posted, maybe? Maybe. I mean, we keep on running into this problem here. Let's take a closer look here. So the expected output is this thing right here, and let's just take a closer look at this. Okay, we're supposed to see post to index.php, and in our case it's like convert.php. 200, and I guess this is the size of the response. Okay, and then after everything, encoding detection, unable to determine any suitable character set. Starting new HTTP connection. Starting new HTTP connection. So this is post request to index.php. Decoded characters, these things. Leaked content. And it's supposed to get demo.svg. Demo.svg, I mean, does it exist in our web server directory? It doesn't. We don't have any SVG here. SVG local file read. Okay, code has base64. Yeah. Let's take a closer look at the poc.py file. Okay, so target IP port, local IP port, file or URL to leak. Okay. So it's going to be PHP filter chains. Filter resource file to leak. We're navigating to convert.php, send the content type URL encoded, HTML image source, local IP demo.svg. So, I mean, could it be because demo.svg doesn't exist, it didn't work? We need to create our demo.svg file over here. Still, it never hit the server. Yeah, I didn't see anything, you know, reach out to us. Nothing reached out to us. I just need to double check when we ran the script. Yeah, this does look like our IP address. I thought the script made it. I thought the script made it too. So with open temp demo SVG, with open temp demo SVG as F. So this creates something in the temp directory called demo.svg. So let me double check to see if there's anything called that there. There is demo.svg in here. You're supposed to run the server in temp. Oh, okay. Okay, let's move into the temp directory then. Okay, and then we'll try running it again. And I mean, demo.svg is here. We're running our web server. Sounds like the payload is charge on the image. Change on the image xlink href using SVG. PHP is the man in the middle. PHP is the man in the middle between the server and the exfiltration with PDF with results. So same thing that happened before. So what could be going wrong here? I mean, it could be that we're not hitting the correct endpoint. We're posting to convert.php, but we know that the landing page is index.html. Let's try index.html, and if it doesn't work, then we can go back to the drawing board. Huh. Start a new HTTP connection. So this is coming back 405 though. So this is probably not it. We're probably not supposed to be contacting index.html. So the web server is not being contacted here. 405 is forbidden. Well, I mean, it's probably because index.html is, well, okay, let's go back to the server. Server's here. This is index.html. It's probably because we can't make post requests. Although we should, when we click the button, it's making a post request to the whatever. Click the URL. Click the URL, this one. So there's file, and then there's URL. See if anything changes on the paths. I guess we could start looking at this in Burp Suite. Try to type in your server file to see if it hits. It should. So my server file is this thing. So it's HTTP this on port 8888 and demo.svg. I can try supplying this and see if the server gets contacted. Okay, and the server did get contacted. Huh. I just need to figure out what that endpoint is. So I'm expecting that the endpoint is convert.php. Because we see here action convert.php method post. Can we cat convert.php? So this is convert.php. I mean, I don't think we can. Whoa. Oh no, this is the current thing. This is the current file we're looking at, the PDF file. So the endpoint is convert.php. Let's go back and adjust the script again. So this thing right here should be contacting /convert.php. Content type application x www form URL encoded. The data we're supposed to send is localhost IP demo.svg. You know what? Okay, so localhost IP should include the port number, because we specify that when we run the script. HTTP local IP. What's the F? So the F is in F string. Is the F okay? Yeah. It's just a way of printing out, including variable names inside of strings. Okay, we'll save it out, and then we'll run the darn thing again. So we are running on port 8888. And I just need to double check these numbers. Okay, post/convert.php 200 none. The server's not being communicated with. Okay, so let's take a closer look in Burp Suite, because I think there's something missing in the request that we're making. Okay, we'll start up the browser, and then we'll put the application in the browser. We'll supply a URL, and we will give it this. Okay, Paste this in, get PDF. So convert.php comes back to us, or at least it should. It doesn't come back to us when we use burp speed. HTTP history. We didn't make the post request. What the heck is going on? Did we get contacted? We did get contacted. Check the proxy. So if we go to the proxy HTTP history, it doesn't appear, our post request doesn't appear. Because it didn't, I guess it didn't resolve. So index.html is here. And did that get recorded? That didn't get recorded. That's weird. Why doesn't the proxy pick this up? Click proxy on and off. Okay. Proxy. Let's just do a sanity check on the proxy. So GoBuster has a number of, so convert.php is here, the temp directory is here, the info.php, so we can just try to access info.php and see if it shows up in the proxy. Okay, so if it's working, this should have been picked up by the HTTP history. So this did. I look like Joseph Gordon-Levitt in the Edward Snowden movie. No, I don't think so. I don't look like Edward Snowden, I don't think. Okay, so info.php, this was recorded, okay? And the response comes back, you know, this big hullabaloo. What about index.html? So index.html does not get picked up by the proxy. Why doesn't it get picked up by the proxy? Maybe Rami Malek from Mr. Robot? No, I don't look like either of those guys. So the URL... Let me try feeding it in here again. So this was the thing. Get PDF. Okay, so it goes through partially. It doesn't come back to us. We're currently on convert.php, but we don't get the output. And the post request doesn't get recorded by the proxy. That's really annoying. It's waiting to forward a request, but where to? Yeah, I'm confused. So I mean, this might explain why we're not getting any, this might explain why the script isn't working. Info.php, index.html. When enable, you know what? Maybe we should enable interception before we send that request. I don't know if it would really help or not, but I mean, we're not getting anywhere any other way. Okay, so we'll go over to proxy intercept and we'll turn it on, which goes against all of our principles. And then we'll send off the request. And then we see here, post request. Okay, and then let's put this in our repeater. So the content type is different. This is different from what's in the script. So the content type that we're sending in the script is content type application x www form URL encoded. But the stuff that we're sending in Burp Suite is multi-part form data boundary. WebKit boundary something something. So maybe what we need to do is we need to change this. Yeah, I mean, accept encoding content type. I mean, it also looks like we're sending content type application octet stream. So application octet stream, I think this corresponds with the demo.svg. So I think what we need to send is this type of content type. Let me just copy that and I'll put it in the script and we'll try it again. But the data here is our demo SVG. I don't know. Run the dang script. Okay, I mean, our server's not being contacted. Thank you very much, Alvamar Smith, for redeeming the Stellar's Jays. I love my Stellar Jays. So we do manage to do the post to convert.php. It's just that it doesn't respond to us. It doesn't respond to us after we post. Let's read the GitHub again. Okay, so on the GitHub, execute the POC, Python 3, poc.py. this is on a Docker container, so it's going to be localhost. So localhost 5005. This has to be an IP address that the server can contact. So your attacker IP. So the localhost IP has to be an attacker IP. Has to be an attacker's IP address reachable from inside the container. Okay. And we see here that it contacts and attempts to download demo SVG. Is it possible to do what you do in a Mac? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. The only thing that you need to do is you need to download all of the programs to the Mac. I mean, this is the problem. Installing the tools is a big pain in the butt. So you're probably better off using Kali Linux. Something like this. Have you tried to use different ports as both the server and attacker uses the same port? I don't think so. Right now, the attacker and the user doesn't use. We don't use the same port in this case. I've been running it like this. So port 80 for the victim, and port 8888 for the attacker. Okay, so breaking down NPDF with regex and logic, malicious SVG in... Let's go back to the Medium articles. Maybe it talks more about what's going on here. Okay, NPDF is an open source PHP library for generating PDFs from HTML. The latest version, the library processes a crafted... When the library processes a crafted SVG image, it is possible to bypass a stream wrapper blacklist and execute wrappers like PHP or PHP or PHAR. Okay, under certain conditions, this can lead to remote code execution, reading local files, or server-side request forgery. This behavior has not been considered a vulnerability by MITRE, even though it is a bypass of protection. All the POCs are available in this GitHub repository with Docker setups so that anyone can verify my claims. This is my second article about MPDF, okay? So when can it happen? Let's start with the conditions under which the attack can be performed to better understand the impact. In order to execute the attack, NPDF has to process an SVG image. This can happen in two scenarios. An app has an image upload functionality that allows SVGs. Okay. Then this app embeds the user uploaded SVGs into a PDF using MPDF. This is not impossible. From my experience with most applications with image upload, they do not allow SVGs. Number 2, an app passes raw unsanitized user input to MPDF, including HTML tags. This allows the users to include an SVG. Okay? If the application runs an environment that can make outside network requests, the attacker can fetch the SVG from the internet. If not, but the app happens to have an image upload functionality, the attacker can use a local file, like in the first scenario. In this case, it is also possible to trick NPDF to process a PNG as an SVG with crafted HTML. Okay, Ayus, hello, nice to see you here. I'm a student aspiring ML engineer. Which OS should I use? Everybody is suggesting Linux Fedora. What's your opinion? I mean, I'm just saying that any version of Linux should be okay. I mean, Fedora sounds pretty good from what people have said. If anybody else has opinions on machine learning and what version of Linux this person should be using, please let us know in the chat. This scenario is again unlikely. Passing raw user input to NPDF is reckless and discouraged by the NPDF docs. So I believe most applications do not do this. So if it happens, what's the impact? So since PHP 8, PHAR stream wrappers no longer deserialize metadata automatically. Because of that, no remote code execution is possible. In versions of PHP under 8.0, the PHAR wrapper can be used to execute code from the local PHAR archive. This is additional conditions. So the version of PHP that we're dealing with is like 7 point something. So we go over here. Where did I put that thing? The PHP version that's being used in this application is 7.3.19. So this, I mean, it might be vulnerable. Okay, let's go back. So the PHP wrapper can be used to leak data from local servers or remote objects on an error basis using filter chains. Okay, this vulnerability seems to have been fixed in 7.1.8. So MPDF version 7.1.7 and earlier, this vulnerability seems to be fixed in 7.1.8. Oh, are we barking up the wrong tree? Because the version of MPDF that we're dealing with is like 8 point something. Okay, so let's check what happens when we try the same payload on the latest version, 8.2.6 at the time of writing. In order to better see what happens, let's set debug to true. Okay, as expected, this as expected does not work. We get an error saying that the file contains an invalid stream. Same thing that happens with PHP. Okay, so are we trying to attack in a secure version? We might have been spending a long time doing something that just doesn't work. Dang it. Okay, so let's check out the version of that of the plugin one more time. I think he did bypass using PHAR. A bypass? What was I even looking for? So demo SVG is over here. Ah, I think I remember what I was looking for. I'd cat the demo SVG and compare the code. The demo SVG. So we downloaded this thing, right? And in the EXIF tool output here, we saw that the version of MPDF being used is 8.0.12.10. the demo SVG MC, what that MC is looking for. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so it looks like we've got some PHP code that's trying to convert some stuff into base 64. So I mean, this was LFI, his was RCE. Yeah, I'm trying to do LFI first to see if it actually proof of concept RCE file read, proof of concept file read SSRF. So what about applications running on modern PHP? In this case, the PHP wrapper can be abused. Standard resource fetching made by MPDF, there's no way to get a text output. Okay, for example, if we do source etc password, the file gets fetched, but we don't see its context reflected in the generated PDF. With the blacklist bypass, we can use PHP. Okay, the path PHP is first checked and passes, as it does not start with PHP, then gets transformed into PHP and then is passed over to fopen. Okay, MPDF issues. Al Navarro Smith. Let's take a look. Okay. I see some sort of... Okay, which version is it referencing here, though? So we're looking at this. So some GitHub issues. Okay, so this is 8.1.0. So prevent PHAR security, wrapper security issue when loading images. So this is for version 8.1.0, the latest. In my scenario, the target is this thing, and the dependency is npdf version 8.0.10. So this is, I mean, this is the version that we think we're dealing with here. Okay, I've seen a write-up from September 2024, which was working on a different service, and found the service by fuzzing. Okay, finally we can open the URL. Open the URL multiple times until the payload is executed. What more tags in here? How many tags did they include? So I used a tool called PHPGGC to create an PHR payload in base64 encoding. Apologies for interrupting, but I was wondering, how many competitions have you been to? Competitions? I mean, I haven't really done any in-person competitions. I've done like the local B-sides, but it wasn't. I didn't spend a lot of time doing the CTF over there. As far as like CTF competitions that I've done online, the ones that I've taken the most seriously are EchoCTF. I think. Let me take a look at the EchoCTF for. Okay, so let me log in first. And I think I got like. Which place did I get for the most recent EchoCTF? So I was. Where's my. Yeah. So I was rank 1673. I think the number of competitors was like somewhere in like the 8,000s. So it's like 8,000 or 9,000 different competitors. I got 1,600 or so. So the last place is 8,700. Yeah, thank you. I'll be talking about all the stuff that we covered, well, that I covered, you know, during the event, in maybe a couple weeks. But yeah, EchoCTF 2026 was pretty good. Okay, so let's keep on reading. So this attack method is described in great detail by this post by some other guy. It may not be possible in every environment. Full POC can be found here. Proof of concept. Image MIME type check bypass. What if the attacker can bypass arbitrary HTML to the target in MPDF? Can upload PNG files to the target, but the target cannot make outside requests. Okay, so there's the possibility of using PNG files instead of SVG. Malicious SVG file cannot be hosted on the internet. The attacker needs a way to smuggle the SVG as a PNG. I mean, there were two options, right? It's either file, and you can just upload a file here, as opposed to using the URL. So this was, and we still have the proxy intercept on. So let's drop this, turn intercept off. Okay, let's. Request was dropped by the user. Let's go back. We'll just try to upload the SVG file. Demo.svg, select. Oh, it doesn't let me select it? It doesn't let me select the SVG file, so I guess sending an SVG file isn't going to work. Let's check the other browser. Okay, choose file. In temp demo.svg. Yeah, it doesn't seem to let you select the SVG file if you upload it locally. No, it does. It does let you do it. Huh. But it doesn't let you do it inside of Chrome. Or whatever. Or it might be some like Burp Suite thing getting in the way. This is frustrating. Wix? I mean, this is a circle. XML version 1.0 encoding UTF-8. Yeah. Well, let's try downloading this thing. We'll save this as npdf svg, and we'll save it in here. Oh, I saved it to the wrong directory again. Oh well. Let's move it into the current directory. Okay, and let's take a look at the XF tool stuff here. Same thing, okay. Okay, I store my files there to use for projects. It will propagate URL and HTTP for you. Okay. So I wonder if there's something specific for MPDF 808010. Is this the same stuff we were looking at before? Yeah, I think it is. MPDF is a PHP library. Oh no, this is the main GitHub repository for the official project. So okay. We're not gonna see anything super exploitative here. So software vulnerabilities, MPDF and WebAdmin. Webmin. This is for PHP. So, Searchsploit was able to find some stuff for like earlier versions of MPDF. This is for 7.0. It's very unlikely this'll work. The other thing we could try is we could try looking up something that might be on Metasploit, MSF console. NPDF. Nothing found from MPDF, huh? Nope, nothing here, huh? Alright. Yeah, so I'm not sure. According to the CTF server, there is server-side request forgery. So SSRF on utils.edu.stf, and there is remote code execution on this same server. So whether or not that's done through MPDF or some other method, I'm not sure. Same thing with the server-side request forgery. So if what isn't mentioned here is local file inclusion. So local file inclusion or arbitrary file read. This is not listed as as a vulnerability. So maybe what I should be doing is focusing on the remote code execution and not on the arbitrary file read. So I mean, if that's the case, then we need to take a closer look at the other POCs. So the one for PHAR RCE. Which means we spent a lot of time looking at stuff that we shouldn't have been looking at. So if we run poc.py, okay, and it looks like, let's take a closer look at this thing. Low difficulty sometimes is out of scale. I mean, it's low difficulty for this website, and this website is a bit more difficult than this is not a beginner-friendly website. Okay, so we're looking. So we have to define the URL in here. So the URL for this is going to be util.edu.stf. So let's see, trigger PHAR RCE, request to get pwned. Get pwned. Sanity check passed. Pwned file does not exist. Request successful. Check for RCE effects. So URL pwned. This script is very short. The script is very short. I don't see where you would be. Are you supposed to upload this like in a separate thing? So /pwned. If we check in the application, yeah, this doesn't exist. Python. Max retries. Service not found, not known. Let me double check. So this is utils. Oh, utils. Okay, I misspelled it. You know what happens when you misspell stuff? Sanity check passed. Pwned file does not exist. Request successful. Check for RCE effects. RCE failed. Pwned file not found. Okay. So this was poc.py. And so the README file for this, where is that thing at? So this is going to be svg var RCE. Okay, so run the vulnerable target. Execute the POC. Okay, I can attest that easy machines don't necessarily mean how beginner-friendly it is. I recently finished a machine that needed to use a few uncommon exploits for vulnerabilities. El Mexicant, hello, nice to see you here. Are you talking about the same platform? like StandOff365? Or are you talking about something else? Okay, let's take a look at what's going on in this expected output thing. Okay, get pwned, get pwned. Okay, sanity check passed, pwned file does not exist, request successful, check for RCE effects, RCE successful, pwned file accessed. What the heck? Okay, so R status 200, RCE sanity check passed, pwned file does not exist. So this did trigger for us. Request.get URL. Request successful. We did get this part. Pwned file accessed. RCE failed. Pwned file not found. Failed to trigger RCE. So what else do we have in here? We got index.php in here. Generate phar.php. POC SVG. Okay, I think I might need to come back to this later. I wonder if there's a write-up for this. I saw that there was a write-up for a couple of the other machines on the Bootcamp Network. I'll try looking really quick. So let's see. Standoff 365 Bootcamp Utils MPDF. Okay, I found something. I didn't see it for this. I mean, it could be that I'm not actually searching for the right stuff. All right, so I think I'm gonna have. I haven't really made any progress here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pass it off to some people over at InfoSec Streams. So what do we got? We got Roman S6. We saw this person the last time we were streaming, but they were away from keyboard, so we didn't raid them. Let's see what they're doing today. Deja vu. Deja vu? Okay, still sleeping. Let me just wait for the notification. Okay, so this person says, hack the box with Claude, soothing beats while you work. I mean, I don't know. I don't think this person is at their computer. So that kind of makes me not want to raid them. But you know who is actually here? Somebody would be really excited about the space stuff, and that's Moohoodles. So let's go ahead and raid her channel. Roman 6 is a friend. Are they? They make MCP hacking. Did they respond to people who type in chat? He was there talking. Is he talking? Oh, they're there. Okay, okay. All right, let's raid into them then. Raid Romans 6. Okay. All right, everybody. We're going to be back on Wednesday. So we've got a schedule over where? Over here. We've got week 16. We've got some fun stuff set up for next week. The schedule is over here. And thank you very much. Fun was had. All right. So everybody, when you arrive on the channel over there, over at Romans, give this message over here. So OS flag. Actually, you know what? So OS frog, hip hop hack, OS frog. This one over here, the classic. All right, everybody. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back on Wednesday with more hack and fun. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.